Macbeth, from Beautiful Stories from Shakespeare by E. Nesbit. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When a person is asked to tell the story of Macbeth, he can tell two stories. One is of a man called Macbeth who came to the throne of Scotland by a crime in the year of our Lord 1039 and reigned justly and well, on the whole for 15 years or more. This story is part of Scottish history. The other story issues from a place called Imagination. It is gloomy and wonderful, and you shall hear it. A year or two before Edward the Confessor began to rule England, a battle was won in Scotland against a Norwegian king by two generals named Macbeth and Banquo. After the battle, the generals walked together towards Forres in Elginshire, where Duncan, King of Scotland, was awaiting them. While they were crossing a lonely heath, they saw three bearded women, sisters, hand in hand, withered in appearance and wild in their attire. "Speak, who are you?" demanded Macbeth. "Hail, Macbeth, chieftain of Glamis," said the first woman. "Hail, Macbeth, chieftain of Cawdor," said the second woman. "Hail, Macbeth, king that is to be," said the third woman. Then Banquo asked, "What of me?" And the third woman replied, "Thou shalt be the father of kings." "Tell me more," said Macbeth. "By my father's death I am chieftain of Glamis. But the chieftain of Cawdor lives, and the king lives, and his children live. Speak, I charge you." The women replied only by vanishing, as though suddenly mixed with the air. Banquo and Macbeth knew then that they had been addressed by witches, and were discussing their prophecies when two nobles approached. One of them thanked Macbeth, in the king's name, for his military services, and the other said, "He bade me call you chieftain of Cawdor." Macbeth then learned that the man who had yesterday borne that title was to die for treason, and he could not help thinking, "The third witch called me king that is to be." "Banquo," he said, "you see that the witches spoke truth concerning me. Do you not believe, therefore, that your child and grandchild will be kings?" Banquo frowned. Duncan had two sons, Malcolm and Donalbain, and he deemed it disloyal to hope that his son Fleance should rule Scotland. He told Macbeth that the witches might have intended to tempt them both into villainy by their prophecies concerning the throne. Macbeth, however, thought the prophecy that he should be king too pleasant to keep to himself, and he mentioned it to his wife in a letter. Lady Macbeth was the granddaughter of a king of Scotland who had died in defending his crown against the king who preceded Duncan, and by whose order her only brother was slain. To her, Duncan was a reminder of bitter wrongs. Her husband had royal blood in his veins, and when she read his letter, she was determined that he should be king. When a messenger arrived to inform her that Duncan would pass a night in Macbeth's castle, she nerved herself for very base action. She told Macbeth almost as soon as she saw him that Duncan must spend a sunless morrow. She meant that Duncan must die, and that the dead are blind. "We will speak further," said Macbeth uneasily, and at night, with his memory full of Duncan's kind words, he would fain have spared his guest. "Would you leave a coward?" demanded Lady Macbeth, who seems to have thought that morality and cowardice were the same. "I dare do all that may become a man," replied Macbeth. "Who dare do more is none." "Why did you write that letter to me?" she inquired fiercely, and with bitter words she egged him on to murder, and with corning words she showed him how to do it. After supper Duncan went to bed, and two grooms were placed on guard at his bedroom door. Lady Macbeth caused them to drink wine till they were stupefied. She then took their daggers and would have killed the king herself if his sleeping face had not looked like her father's. Macbeth came later and found the daggers lying by the grooms, and soon, with red hands, he appeared before his wife, saying, "Methought I heard a voice cry, 'Sleep no more, Macbeth destroys the sleeping.'" "Wash your hands," said she. "Why did you not leave the daggers by the grooms? Take them back, and smear the grooms with blood." "I dare not," said Macbeth. His wife dared, and she returned to him with hands red as his own, but a heart less white. She proudly told him, for she scorned his fear. The murderers heard a knocking, and Macbeth wished it was a knocking which could wake the dead. It was the knocking of Macduff, the chieftain of Fife, who had been told by Duncan to visit him early. Macbeth went to him and showed him the door of the king's room. Macduff entered, and came out again crying, "Oh, horror, horror, horror!" Macbeth appeared as horror-stricken as Macduff, and pretending that he could not bear to see life in Duncan's murderers, he slew the two grooms with their own daggers before they could proclaim their innocence. These murders did not strike out, but Macbeth was crowned at Scone. One of Duncan's sons went to Ireland, the other to England. Macbeth was king, but he was discontented. The prophecy concerning Banquo oppressed his mind. If Fleance were to rule, a son of Macbeth would not rule. Macbeth determined, therefore, to murder both Banquo and his son. He hired two ruffians, who slew Banquo one night when he was on his way with Fleance to a banquet which Macbeth was giving to his nobles. Fleance escaped. Meanwhile Macbeth and his queen received the guests very graciously, and he expressed a wish for them which has been uttered thousands of times since his day. Now good digestion wait on appetite, and health on both. "We pray your majesty to sit with us," said Lennox, a Scotch noble. But ere Macbeth could reply, the ghost of Banquo entered the banqueting hall and sat in Macbeth's place. Not noticing the ghost, Macbeth observed that, if Banquo were present, he could say that he had collected under his roof the choicest chivalry of Scotland. Macduff, however, had curtly declined his invitation. The king was again pressed to take a seat, and Lennox, to whom Banquo's ghost was invisible, showed him the chair where it sat. But Macbeth, with his eyes of genius, saw the ghost. He saw it like a form of mist and blood, and he demanded passionately, "Which of you have done this?" Still none saw the ghost but he, and to the ghost Macbeth said, "Thou canst not say I did it." The ghost glided out, and Macbeth was impudent enough to raise a glass of wine, to the general joy of the whole table, and to our dear friend Banquo, whom we missed. The toast was drunk as the ghost of Banquo entered for the second time. "Begone!" cried Macbeth. "You are senseless, mindless. Hide in the earth, thou horrible shadow!" Again none saw the ghost but he. "What is it your majesty sees?" asked one of the nobles. The queen dared not permit an answer to be given to this question. She hurriedly begged her guest to quit a sick man, who was likely to grow worse if he was obliged to talk. Macbeth, however, was well enough next day to converse with the witches whose prophecies had so depraved him. He found them in a cavern on a thunderous day. They were revolving round a cauldron, in which were boiling particles of many strange and horrible creatures, and they knew he was coming before he arrived. "Answer me what I asked you," said the king. "Would you rather hear it from us or our masters?" asked the first witch. "Call them," replied Macbeth. Thereupon the witches poured blood into the cauldron, and grease into the flame that licked it, and a helmeted head appeared with the visor on, so that Macbeth could only see its eyes. He was speaking to the head, when the first witch said gravely, "He knows thy thought," and a voice in the head said, "Macbeth, beware Macduff, the chieftain of Fife." The head then descended into the cauldron till it disappeared. "One word more," pleaded Macbeth. "He will not be commanded," said the first witch, and then a crowned child ascended from the cauldron, bearing a tree in his hand. The child said, "Macbeth shall be unconquerable till the wood of Birnam climbs Dunsinane Hill." "That will never be," said Macbeth, and he asked to be told if Banquo's descendants would ever rule Scotland. The cauldron sank into the earth, music was heard, and a procession of phantom kings filed past Macbeth. Behind them was Banquo's ghost. In each king, Macbeth saw a likeness to Banquo, and he counted 8 kings. Then he was suddenly left alone. His next proceeding was to send murderers to Macduff's castle. They did not find Macduff, and asked Lady Macduff where he was. She gave a stinging answer, and her questioner called Macduff a traitor. "Thou liest!" shouted Macduff's little son, who was immediately stabbed, and with his last breath entreated his mother to fly. The murderers did not leave the castle while one of its inmates remained alive. Macduff was in England listening with Malcolm to a doctor's tale of cures wrought by Edward the Confessor, when his friend Ross came to tell him that his wife and children were no more. At first Ross dared not speak the truth, and turned Macduff's bright sympathy with sufferers relieved by royal virtue into sorrow and hatred. But when Malcolm said that England was sending an army into Scotland against Macbeth, Ross blurted out his news, and Macduff cried, "All dead, did you say? All my pretty ones and their mother, did you say all?" His sorry hope was in revenge, but if he could have looked into Macbeth's castle on Dunsinane Hill, he would have seen at work a force more solemn than revenge. Retribution was working, for Lady Macbeth was mad. She walked in her sleep amid ghastly dreams. She was wont to wash her hands for a quarter of an hour at a time, but after all her washing would still see a red spot of blood upon her skin. It was pitiful to hear her cry that all the perfumes of Arabia could not sweeten her little hand. "Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased?" inquired Macbeth of the doctor, but the doctor replied that his patient must minister to her own mind. This reply gave Macbeth a scorn of medicine. "Throw physic to the dogs," he said. "I'll none of it." One day he heard a sound of women crying. An officer approached him and said, "The Queen, your Majesty, is dead." "Out, breathe candour," muttered Macbeth, meaning that life was like a candle at the mercy of a puff of air. He did not weep, he was too familiar with death. Presently a messenger told him that he saw Birnam Wood on the marsh. Macbeth called him a liar and a slave, and threatened to hang him if he had made a mistake. "If you are right you can hang me," he said. From the turret windows of Dunsinane Castle, Birnam Wood did indeed appear to be marching. Every soldier of the English army held aloft a bow which he had cut from a tree in that wood, and like human trees they climbed Dunsinane Hill. Macbeth had still his courage. He went to battle to conquer or die, and the first thing he did was to kill the English general's son in single combat. Macbeth then felt that no man could fight him and live, and when Macduff came to him blazing for revenge, Macbeth said to him, "Go back, I have spilt too much of your blood already." "My voice is in my sword," replied Macduff, and hacked at him and bade him yield. "I will not yield," said Macbeth, but his last hour had struck. He fell. Macbeth's men were in retreat when Macduff came before Malcolm holding a king's head by the hair. "Hail, King!" he said, and the new king looked at the old. So Malcolm reigned after Macbeth, but in years that came afterwards the descendants of Banquo were kings. End of Macbeth by E. Nesbit. Read by Carmen H.
The Biggest Little Rabbit Learns to See by Clara Dillingham Pearson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. 7 little rabbits lay on their nest at the end of the burrow, and wriggled and squirmed and pushed their soft noses against each other all day long. Life was very easy for them, and they were contented. The first thing that they remembered was lying on their bed of fur, hay, and dried leaves, and feeling a great, warm, soft something close beside them. After a while they learned that this something was their mamma rabbit. It was she who had gotten the nest ready for them and lined it with fur that she tore from her own breast. She didn't care so much about looking beautiful as she did about making her babies comfortable. It was their mamma rabbit, too, who fed them with warm milk from her own body until they should be old enough to go out of the burrow. Then they would nibble bark and tender young shoots from the roots of trees and all the fresh, green, growing things that rabbits like. She used to tell them about this food, and they wondered and wondered how it would taste. They began to feel very big and strong now. The soft fur was growing on their naked little bodies and covering even the soles of their feet. It was growing inside their cheeks, too, and that made them feel important, for Papa Rabbit said that he did not know any other animals that had fur inside their cheeks. He said it was something to be very proud of, so they were very proud, although why one should want fur inside of one's cheeks it would be hard to say. What tangles they did get into! Each little rabbit had 4 legs, 2 short ones in front, and 2 long ones behind to help him take long jumps from one place to another. So you see, there were 28 legs there, pushing, catching in the hay, kicking, and sometimes just waving in the air when their tiny owners chanced to roll over on their backs and couldn't get right side up again. Then Mamma Rabbit would come and poke them this way and that, but getting the nest in order. "It is a great deal of work to pick up after children," she would say with a tired little sigh, "but it will not be long before they have homes of their own and are doing the same thing." Mamma Rabbit was quite right when she said that, for all of their people set up housekeeping when very young, and then the cares of life begin. One fine morning when the children were alone in their burrow, the biggest little rabbit had a queer feeling in his face, below and in front of his long ears, and above his eager little nose. It almost scared him at first, for he had never before felt anything at all like it. Then he guessed what it meant. There were 2 bunchy places on his face that Mamma Rabbit had told him were eyes. "When you are older," she had said to him, "these eyes will open, and then you will see," for the rabbit children are always blind when they are babies. When his mother told him that, the biggest little rabbit had said, "What do you mean when you say I shall see? Is it anything like eating?" And Mamma Rabbit said, "No, you cannot taste things until you touch them, but you can see them when they are far away." "Then it is like smelling," said the biggest little rabbit. "No, it is not like smelling either, for there are many things like stones which one cannot smell and yet can see." "Then it is surely like hearing," said the biggest little rabbit. "Oh dear!" exclaimed his mother, who was tired of having questions asked which could not be answered. "It is not a bit like hearing. You could never hear a black cloud coming across the sky, but you could see it if you were outside your burrow. Nobody can make you understand what seeing is until your eyes are open, and then you will find out for yourself without asking." This made the biggest little rabbit lie still for a while, and then he said, "What is a black cloud, and why does it come across the sky? And what is the sky, and why does it let the cloud come? And what is—" But he did not get any answer, for his mother ran out of the burrow, and he followed part of the way. And now his eyes were surely opening, and he should see. His tiny heart thumped hard with excitement, and he rubbed his face with his 4 paws to make his eyes open faster. Ah, there it was, something round and bright at the other end of the burrow, and some queer slender things were waving across it. He wondered if it were good to eat, but he dared not crawl toward to see it. He did not know that the round, bright thing was just a bit of sky which he saw through the end of the burrow, and that the slender, waving ones were the branches of a dead tree tossing in the wind. Then he looked at his brothers and sisters as they lay behind him. He would not have known what they were if he had not felt all of them at the same time. "I can see!" he cried. "I can see everything that there is to see. I'm ahead of you. Don't you wish that you could see too?" That was not a very kind thing to say, but in a minute more his brothers and sisters had reason to be glad that they couldn't see. Even while he was speaking and looking toward the light, he saw a brown head with 2 round eyes look in at him, and then a great creature that he thought must surely be a dog ran in toward him. How frightened he was then! He pushed his nose in among his blind brothers and sisters and tried to hide himself among them. He thought something dreadful was about to happen. "I wish Mamma Rabbit would come," he squeaked, shutting his eyes as closely as he could. "I wish Mamma Rabbit would come." "Why, here I am," she answered. "What are you afraid of?" The biggest little rabbit opened his eyes. And there was the creature who had frightened him so, and it was his own mother. You can imagine how glad she was to see that one of her children had his eyes open. "I will call in some of my rabbit friends," she said, "and let you see them, if you will promise not to be afraid." The next day 4 of the other little rabbits had their eyes open, and the day after that they all could see each other and the shining piece of sky at the end of the burrow. It was not so very long afterward that the rabbit family went out to dine in the forest, and this was the first time that the children had seen their father. Often, when their mother left them alone in the burrow, she had pulled grass and leaves over the opening to hide it from him, for rabbit fathers do not love their children until they are old enough to go out into the great world, and it would never do for them to know where their babies are kept. Then their father taught them how to gnaw tough bark to wear their teeth down, for rabbits' teeth grow all the time. And if they were to eat only soft food, their teeth would get too long. He taught them, too, how to move their ears in the right way for keen hearing, and told them that when chased they must run for the burrow or the nearest thicket, then crouch down on some leaves that are the color of your fur, he said, and you may not be seen at all. "Why should we run?" said the biggest little rabbit. "Because you might get caught if you didn't." "What might catch us?" asked the biggest little rabbit. "Oh, a hawk, perhaps, or a weasel." "What does a hawk look like?" "Like a great bird floating in the sky," said Papa Rabbit. "Now don't ask me a single question more." "Does a hawk look like that bird above us?" asked the biggest little rabbit. His father gave one look upward. "Yes," he said, "run." And just as the hawk swooped down toward the ground, he saw 9 white-tipped tails disappear into a burrow nearby. End of The Biggest Little Rabbit Learns to See by Clara Dillingham Pearson. Read by Amanda Brewer in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
The Queen of the Pirate Isle by Bret Harte. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Ciano. The Queen of the Pirate Isle. I first knew her as the Queen of the Pirate Isle. To the best of my recollection, she had no reasonable right to that title. She was only 9 years old, inclined to plumpness and good humor, deprecated violence, and had never been to sea. Need it be added that she did not live in an island, and that her name was Polly? Perhaps I ought to explain that she had already known other experiences of a purely imaginative character. Part of her existence had been passed as a beggar child, solely indicated by a shawl tightly folded round her shoulders and chills; as a schoolmistress, unnecessarily severe; as a preacher, singularly personal in his remarks; and once, after reading one of Cooper's novels, as an Indian maiden. This was, I believe, the only instance when she had borrowed from another's fiction. Most of the characters that she assumed for days and sometimes weeks at a time were purely original in conception, some so much so as to be vague to the general understanding. I remember that her personation of a certain Mrs. Smith, whose individuality was supposed to be sufficiently represented by a sunbonnet worn wrong side before, and a weekly addition to her family, was never perfectly appreciated by her own circle, although she lived the character for a month. Another creation, known as the Proud Lady, a being whose excessive and unreasonable haughtiness was so pronounced as to give her features the expression of extreme nausea, caused her mother so much alarm that it had to be abandoned. This was easily effected. The proud lady was understood to have died. Indeed, most of Polly's impersonations were got rid of in this way, although it by no means prevented their subsequent reappearance. "I thought Mrs. Smith was dead," remonstrated her mother at the posthumous appearance of that lady with a new infant. "She was buried alive and kem to," said Polly, with a melancholy air. Fortunately, the representation of a resuscitated person required such extraordinary acting, and was, through some uncertainty of conception, so closely allied in facial expression to the proud lady, that Mrs. Smith was resuscitated only for a day. The origin of the title of the Queen of the Pirate Isle may be briefly stated as follows. An hour after luncheon one day, Polly, Hickory Hunt, her cousin, and Wan Lee, a Chinese page, were crossing the nursery floor in a Chinese junk. The sea was calm and the sky cloudless. Any change in the weather was as unexpected as it is in books. Suddenly a West Indian hurricane, purely local in character and unfelt anywhere else, struck Master Hickory and threw him overboard, whence, wildly swimming for his life and carrying Polly on his back, he eventually reached a deserted island in the closet. Here the rescued party put up a tent made of a tablecloth providentially snatched from the raging billows, and from 2 o'clock until 4 passed 6 weeks on the island, supported only by a piece of candle, a box of matches, and 2 peppermint lozenges. It was at this time that it became necessary to account for Polly's existence among them, and this was only effected by an alarming sacrifice of their morality. Hickory and Wan Lee instantly became pirates, and at once elected Polly as their queen. The royal duties, which seemed to be purely maternal, consisted in putting the pirates to bed after a day of rapine and bloodshed, and in feeding them with licorice water through a quill in a small bottle. Limited as her functions were, Polly performed them with inimitable gravity and unquestioned sincerity. Even when her companions sometimes hesitated from actual hunger or fatigue, and forgot their guilty part, she never faltered. It was her real existence. Her other life, of being washed, dressed, and put to bed at certain hours by her mother, was the illusion. Doubt and skepticism came at last, and came from Wan Lee. Wan Lee of all creatures! Wan Lee, whose silent, stolid, mechanical performance of a pirate's duties, a perfect imitation, like all his household work, had been their one delight and fascination. It was just after the exciting capture of a merchantman with the indiscriminate slaughter of all on board, a spectacle on which the round blue eyes of the plump Polly had gazed with royal and maternal tolerance, and they were burying the booty, 2 tablespoons and a thimble in the corner of the closet, when Wan Lee stolidly rose. "Melican boy plenty foolee. Melican boy no pilot," said the little Chinaman, substituting L's for R's after his usual fashion. "What you say?" said Hickory, reddening with sudden confusion. "Melican boy's papa heap licky him. S'pose him leal pilot," continued Wan Lee doggedly. "Melican boy pilot inside house. Chinese boy pilot outside house. First chop pilot." Staggered by this humiliating statement, Hickory recovered himself in character. "Ah, ho!" he shrieked, dancing wildly on one leg. "Mutiny and Blordinishun! Way with him to the yard-arm." "Yald heapy fooly. Allee same clothes hose for washy. It was here necessary for the Pirate Queen to assert her authority, which, as I have before stated, was somewhat confusingly maternal. "Go to bed instantly without your supper," she said seriously. "Really, I never saw such bad pirates. Say your prayers, and see that you're up early to church to-morrow." It should be explained that in deference to Polly's proficiency as a preacher, and probably as a relief to their uneasy consciences, divine service had always been held on the island. But Wan Lee continued. "Me no sabi pilot inside house. Me sabi pilot outside house. S'pose you done away 'longside Chinese boy. Chinese boy make you pilot." Hickory softly scratched his leg, while a broad, bashful smile almost closed his small eyes. "What?" he asked. "Maybe you too frightened to done away. Melican boys papa heap licky." This last infamous suggestion fired the Corsair's blood. "D'ye think we daresn't?" said Hickory desperately, but with an uneasy glance at Polly. "I'll show you to-morrow." The entrance of Polly's mother at this moment put an end to Polly's authority and dispersed the pirate band, but left Wan Lee's proposal and Hickory's rash acceptance ringing in the ears of the Pirate Queen. That evening she was unusually silent. She would have taken Bridget, her nurse, into her confidence, but this would have involved a long explanation of her own feelings, from which, like all imaginative children, she shrank. She, however, made preparation for the proposed flight by settling in her mind which of her 2 dolls she would take. A wooden creature with easy-going knees and movable hair seemed to be more fit for hard service, and any indiscriminate scalping that might turn up hereafter. At supper she timidly asked a question of Bridget. "Did ye ever hear the likes o' that, ma'am?" said the Irish handmaid, with affectionate pride. "Sure, the darlint's head is filled night and day with ancient history. She's after asking now if the Queen's ever run away." To Polly's remorseful confusion here her good father, equally proud of her precocious interest and his own knowledge, at once interfered with an unintelligible account of the abdication of various queens in history, until Polly's head ached again. Well meant as it was, it only settled in the child's mind that she must keep the awful secret to herself, and that no one could understand her. The eventful day dawned without any unusual sign of importance. It was one of the cloudless summer days of the Californian foothills, bright, dry, and, as the morning advanced, hot in the white sunshine. The actual prosaic house in which the pirates apparently lived was a mile from a mining settlement on a beautiful ridge of pine woods sloping gently towards a valley on one side, and on the other falling abruptly into a dark, deep olive gulf of pine trees, rocks, and patches of red soil. Beautiful as the slope was, looking over to the distant snow peaks, which seemed to be in another world than theirs, the children found a greater attraction in the fascinating depths of a mysterious gulf, or cañon as it was called, whose very name filled their ears with a weird music. To creep to the edge of the cliff, to sit upon the brown branches of some fallen pine, and, putting aside the dried tassels, to look down upon the backs of wheeling hawks that seemed to hang in mid-air was a never-failing delight. Here Polly would try to trace the winding red ribbon of road that was continually losing itself among the dense pines of the opposite mountains. Here she would listen to the far-off strokes of a woodman's axe, or the rattle of some heavy wagon miles away, crossing the pebbles of a dried-up watercourse. Here, too, the prevailing colours of the mountains, red and white and green, most showed themselves. There were no frowning rocks to depress the children's fancy, but everywhere along the ridge pure white quartz bared itself through the red earth like smiling teeth. The very pebbles they played with were streaked with shining mica, like bits of looking-glass. The distance was always green and summer-like, but the colour they most loved, and which was most familiar to them, was the dark red of the ground beneath their feet everywhere. It showed itself in the roadside bushes. Its red dust pervaded the leaves of the overhanging laurel. It coloured their shoes and pinafores. I am afraid it was often seen in Indian-like patches on their faces and hands. That it may have often given a sanguinary tone to their fancies, I have every reason to believe. It was on this ridge that the 3 children gathered at 10 o'clock that morning. An earlier flight had been impossible, on account of Wan Lee being obliged to perform his regular duty of blacking the shoes of Polly and Hickory before breakfast. A menial act, which, in the pure republic of childhood, was never thought inconsistent with the loftiest piratical ambition. On the ridge they met one Patsy, the son of a neighbour, sunburned, broad-brimmed hatted, red-handed like themselves. As there were afterwards some doubts expressed whether he joined the pirates of his own free will, or was captured by them, I endeavour to give the colloquy exactly as it occurred. Patsy. "Hello, fellers." The pirates. "Hello." Patsy. "Going to hunt bars? Dad seed a lot of tracks at sunup." The pirates, hesitating. "No." Patsy. "I am. Know where I can get a 6-shooter." The pirates, almost ready to abandon piracy for bear hunting, but preserving their dignity. "Can't. We've runned away for real pirates." Patsy. "Not for good." The Queen, interposing with sad dignity and real tears in her round blue eyes. "Yes," slowly and shaking her head. "Can't go back. Never, never, never. The eye is cast." Patsy, bursting with excitement. "No, show. Want to know." The pirates, a little frightened themselves, but tremulous with gratified vanity. "The perlice is on our track." Patsy. "Lemme go with you." Hickory. "What'll you give?" Patsy. "Pistol and a banana." Hickory, with judicious prudence. "Let's see 'em." Patsy was off like a shot, his bare little red feet trembling under him. In a few minutes he returned with an old-fashioned revolver, known as one of Allen's pepper boxes, and a large banana. He was at once enrolled and the banana eaten. As yet they had resolved on no definite nefarious plan. Hickory, looking down at Patsy's bare feet, instantly took off his own shoes. The bold act sent a thrill through his companions. Wan Lee took off his cloth leggings. Polly removed her shoes and stockings, but, with royal foresight, tied them up in her handkerchief. The last link between them and civilization was broken. "Let's go to the Slumgullion." Slumgullion was the name given by the miners to a certain soft, half-liquid mud formed of the water and finely powdered earth that was carried off by the sluice boxes during gold washing, and eventually collected in a broad pool or lagoon before the outlet. There was a pool of this kind a quarter of a mile away, where there were diggings worked by Patsy's father, and thither they proceeded along the ridge in single file. When it was reached they solemnly began to wade in its viscid, paint-like shallows. Possibly its unctuousness was pleasant to the touch. Possibly there was a fascination in the fact that their parents had forbidden them to go near it. But probably the principal object of this performance was to produce a thick coating of mud on the feet and ankles, which, when dried in the sun, was supposed to harden the skin and render their shoes superfluous. It was also felt to be the first real step towards independence. They looked down at their ensanguined extremities and recognized the impossibility of their ever again crossing, unwashed, the family threshold. Then they again hesitated. There was a manifest need of some well-defined piratical purpose. The last act was reckless and irretrievable, but it was vague. They gazed at each other. There was a stolid look of resigned and superior tolerance in Wan Lee's eyes. Polly's glance wandered down the side of the slope to the distant little tunnels or openings made by the miners who were at work in the bowels of the mountain. "I'd like to go into one of them funny holes," she said to herself, half aloud. Wan Lee suddenly began to blink his eyes with unwonted excitement. "Catch tunnel, heap gold," he said quickly. "When man come out to catch dinner, pilots go inside catchy tunnel. Sabi? Pilots catchy gold, allee same Melican man." "And take possession," said Hickory. "And hoist the pirate flag," said Patsy. "And build a fire and cook and have a family," said Polly. The idea was fascinating to the point of being irresistible. The eyes of the four children became rounder and rounder. They seized each other's hands and swung them backwards and forwards, occasionally lifting their legs in a solemn, rhythmic movement known only to childhood. "It's awful far off," said Patsy, with a sudden look of dark importance. "Pap says it's 3 miles on the road. Take all day to get there." The bright faces were overcast. "Let's go down a slide," said Hickory boldly. They approached the edge of the cliff. The slide was simply a sharp incline, zigzagging down the side of the mountain, used for sliding goods and provisions from the summit to the tunnel men at the different openings below. The continual traffic had gradually worn a shallow gully, half filled with earth and gravel, into the face of the mountain, which checked the momentum of the goods in their downward passage, but afforded no foothold for a pedestrian. No one had ever been known to descend a slide. That feat was evidently reserved for the pirate band. They approached the edge of the slide hand in hand. hesitated, and the next moment disappeared. 5 minutes later, the tunnel men of the Excelsior Mine, a mile below, taking their luncheon on the rude platform of debris before their tunnel, were suddenly driven to shelter in the tunnel from an apparent rain of stones and rocks and pebbles from the cliffs above. Looking up, they were startled at seeing 4 round objects revolving and bounding in the dust of the slide, which eventually resolved themselves into 3 boys and a girl. For a moment the good men held their breath in helpless terror. Twice one of the children had struck the outer edge of the bank and displaced stones that shot 1,000 feet down into the dizzy depths of the valley. And now one of them, the girl, had actually rolled out of the slide and was hanging over the chasm, supported only by a clump of chimasal to which she clung. "Hang on by your eyelids, sis, but don't stir for heaven's sake!" shouted one of the men, as 2 others started on a hopeless ascent of the cliff above them. But a light, childish laugh from the clinging little figure seemed to mock them. Then 2 small heads appeared at the edge of the slide. Then a diminutive figure, whose feet were apparently held by some invisible companion, was shoved over the brink and stretched its tiny arms towards the girl. But in vain. The distance was too great. Another laugh of intense youthful enjoyment followed the failure, and a new insecurity was added to the situation by the unsteady hands and shoulders of the relieving party, who were apparently shaking with laughter. Then the extended figure was seen to detach what looked like a small black rope from its shoulders and throw it to the girl. There was another little giggle. The faces of the men below paled in terror. Then Polly, for it was she, hanging to the long pigtail of Wan Lee, was drawn with fits of laughter back in safety to the slide. Their childish treble of appreciation was answered by a ringing cheer from below. "Darned if I ever want to cut off a Chinaman's pigtail again, boys," said one of the tunnel men as he went back to dinner. Meantime the children had reached the goal and stood before the opening of one of the tunnels. Then these 4 heroes, who had looked with cheerful levity on the deadly peril of their descent, became suddenly frightened at the mysterious darkness of the cavern and turned pale at its threshold. "Mebbe a wicked jost backside holy he catchy pirates," said Wan Lee gravely. Hickory began to whimper. Patsy drew back. Polly alone stood her ground, albeit with a trembling lip. "Let's say our prayers and frighten it away," she said stoutly. "No, no," said Wan Lee with sudden alarm. "No frighten spirits. You waitee. Chinese boy he talkee spirit, not to frighten you." Tucking his hands under his blue blouse, Wan Lee suddenly produced from some mysterious recess of his clothing a quantity of red paper slips, which he scattered at the entrance of the cavern. Then, drawing from the same inexhaustible receptacle certain squibs or fireworks, he let them off and threw them into the opening. There they went off with a slight fizz and splutter, a momentary glittering of small points in the darkness, and a strong smell of gunpowder. Polly gazed at the spectacle with undisguised awe and fascination. Hickory and Patsy breathed hard with satisfaction. It was beyond their wildest dreams of mystery and romance. Even Wan Lee appeared transfigured into a superior being by the potency of his own spells. But an unaccountable disturbance of some kind in the dim interior of the tunnel quickly drew the blood from their blanched cheeks again. It was a sound like coughing, followed by something like an oath. "He's made the evil spirit awful sick," said Hickory in a loud whisper. A slight laugh that to the children seemed demoniacal followed. "See," said Wan Lee, "evil spirit be likee Chinese. Try talkee him." The pirates looked at Wan Lee, not without a certain envy of this manifest favoritism. A fearful desire to continue their awful experiments, instead of pursuing their piratical avocations, was taking possession of them. But Polly, with one of the swift transitions of childhood, immediately began to extemporize a house for the party at the mouth of the tunnel, and, with parental foresight, gathered the fragments of the squibs to build a fire for supper. That frugal meal, consisting of half a ginger biscuit divided into 5 small portions, each served on a chip of wood, and having a deliciously mysterious flavour of gunpowder and smoke, was soon over. It was necessary, after this, that the pirates should at once seek repose after a day of adventure, which they did for the space of 40 seconds in singularly impossible attitudes and far too aggressive snoring. Indeed, Master Hickory's almost upright pose, with tightly folded arms and darkly frowning brows, was felt to be dramatic, but impossible for a longer period. The brief interval enabled Polly to collect herself, and to look around her in her usual motherly fashion. Suddenly she started and uttered a cry. In the excitement of the descent she had quite overlooked her doll, and was now regarding it with round-eyed horror. "Lady Mary's hair is gone!" she cried, convulsively grasping the pirate Hickory's legs. Hickory at once recognized the battered doll under the aristocratic title which Polly had long ago bestowed upon it. He stared at the bald and battered head. "Ha, ha!" he said hoarsely. "Scalped by Injuns." For an instant the delicious suggestion soothed the imaginative Polly, but it was quickly dispelled by Wan Lee. "Lady Mary's pigtail hangee top slide hilly. Catchee on big quart stone, allee same Polly. Me go fetchee." "No!" quickly shrieked the others. The prospect of being left in the proximity of Wan Lee's evil spirit, without Wan Lee's exorcising power, was anything but reassuring. "No, don't go!" Even Polly, dropping a maternal tear on the bald head of Lady Mary, protested against this breaking up of the little circle. "Go to bed," she said authoritatively, "and sleep until morning." Thus admonished, the pirates again retired. This time effectively, for, worn by actual fatigue or soothed by the delicious coolness of the cave, they gradually, one by one, succumbed to real slumber. Polly, withheld from joining them, by official and maternal responsibility, sat and blinked at them affectionately. Gradually, she too felt herself yielding to the fascination and mystery of the place and the solitude that encompassed her. Beyond the pleasant shadows where she sat, she saw the great world of mountain and valley through a dreamy haze that seemed to rise from the depths below and occasionally hang before the cavern like a veil. Long waves of spicy heat rolling up the mountain from the valley brought her the smell of pine trees and bay, and made the landscape swim before her eyes. She could hear the far-off cry of teamsters on some unseen road. She could see the far-off cloud of dust following the mountain stage-coach, whose rattling wheels she could not hear. She felt very lonely, but was not quite afraid. She felt very melancholy, but was not entirely sad. And she could have easily awakened her sleeping companions if she wished. No, she was a lone widow with 9 children, 6 of whom were already in the lone churchyard on the hill, and the others lying ill with measles and scarlet fever beside her. She had just walked many weary miles that day, and had often begged from door to door for a slice of bread for the starving little ones. It was of no use now. They would die. They would never see their dear mother again. This was a favourite imaginative situation of Polly's, but only indulged when her companions were asleep, partly because she could not trust confederates with her more serious fancies, and partly because they were at such times passive in her hands. She glanced timidly round, satisfied that no one could observe her. She softly visited the bedside of each of her companions, and administered from a purely fictitious bottle spoonfuls of invisible medicine. Physical correction in the form of slight taps, which they always required, and in which Polly was strong, was only withheld now from a sense of their weak condition. But in vain. They succumbed to the fell disease. They always died at this juncture. And Polly was left alone. She thought of the little church where she had once seen a funeral, and remembered the nice smell of the flowers. She dwelt with melancholy satisfaction on the 9 little tombstones in the graveyard, each with an inscription, and looked forward with gentle anticipation to the long summer days when, with Lady Mary in her lap, she would sit on those graves clad in the deepest mourning. The fact that the unhappy victims at times moved, as it were, uneasily in their graves, or snored, did not affect Polly's imaginative contemplation, nor withhold the tears that gathered in her round eyes. Presently the lids of the round eyes began to droop. The landscape beyond began to grow more confused, and sometimes to disappear entirely, and reappear again with startling distinctness. Then a sound of rippling water from the little stream that flowed from the mouth of the tunnel soothed her, and seemed to carry her away with it. And then everything was dark. The next thing she remembered was that she was apparently being carried along on some gliding object to the sound of rippling water. She was not alone, for her 3 companions were lying beside her, rather tightly packed and squeezed in the same mysterious vehicle. Even in the profound darkness that surrounded her, Polly could feel and hear that they were accompanied, and once or twice a faint streak of light from the side of the tunnel showed her gigantic shadows walking slowly on either side of the gliding car. She felt the little hands of her associates seeking hers, and knew they were awake and conscious, and she returned to each a reassuring pressure from the large protecting instinct of her maternal little heart. Presently The car glided into an open space of bright light and stopped. The transition from the darkness of the tunnel at first dazzled their eyes. It was like a dream. They were in a circular cavern from which 3 other tunnels, like the one they had passed through, diverged. The walls, lit up by 50 or 60 candles stuck at regular intervals in crevices of the rock, were of glittering quartz and mica. But more remarkable than all were the inmates of the cavern, who were ranged round the walls. Men who, like their attendants, seemed to be of extra stature, who had blackened faces, wore red bandana handkerchiefs round their heads and their waists, and carried enormous knives and pistols stuck in their belts. On a raised platform made of packing boxes, on which was rudely painted a skull and crossbones, sat the chief or leader of the band, covered with a buffalo robe. On either side of him were 2 small barrels marked "Grog" and "Gunpowder." The children stared and clung closer to Polly. Yet in spite of these desperate and warlike accessories, the strangers bore a singular resemblance to Christy minstrels in their blackened faces and attitudes that somehow made them seem less awful. In particular, Polly was impressed with the fact that even the most ferocious had a certain kindliness of eye, and showed their teeth almost idiotically. "Welcome," said the leader. "Welcome to the Pirates' Cave. The Red Rover of the North Fork of the Stanislaus River salutes the Queen of the Pirate Isle." He rose up and made an extraordinary bow. It was repeated by the others with more or less exaggeration, to the point of one humorist losing his balance. "Oh, thank you very much," said Polly, timidly, but drawing her little flock closer to her with a small protecting arm. "But would you please tell us what time it is?" "We're approaching the middle of next week," said the leader, gravely. "But what of that? Time is made for slaves. The Red Rover seeks it not. Why should the Queen?" "I think we must be going," hesitated Polly, yet by no means displeased with the recognition of her rank. "Not until we've paid homage to your Majesty," returned the leader. "What ho, there! Let Brother Step and Fetch-It pass the Queen around, that we may do her honour." Observing that Polly shrank slightly back, he added, "Fear nothing. The man who hurts a hair of Her Majesty's head dies by this hand. Ha, ha!" The others all said, "Ha, ha!" and danced alternately on one leg and then on the other, but always with the same dark resemblance to Christy minstrels. Brother Step and Fetch-It, whose very long beard had a confusing suggestion of being a part of the leader's buffalo robe, lifted her gently in his arms and carried her to the Red Rovers in turn. Each one bestowed a kiss upon her cheek or forehead, and would have taken her in his arms or on his knees, or otherwise lingered over his salute, but they were sternly restrained by their leader. When the solemn rite was concluded, Step and Fetch-It paid his own courtesy with an extra squeeze of the curly head, and deposited her again in the truck, a little frightened, a little astonished, but with a considerable accession to her dignity. Hickory and Patsy looked on with stupefied amazement. Wanley alone remained stolid and unimpressed, regarding the scene with calm and triangular eyes. "Will your Majesty see the Red Rovers dance?" "No, if you please," said Polly, with gentle seriousness. "Will your Majesty fire this barrel of gunpowder, or tap this breaker of grog?" "No, I thank you." "Is there no command your Majesty would lay upon us?" "No, please," said Polly, in a failing voice. "Is there anything your Majesty has lost? Think again. Will your Majesty deign to cast your royal eyes on this?" He drew from under his buffalo robe what seemed like a long tress of blonde hair, and held it aloft. Polly instantly recognized the missing scalp of her hapless doll. "If you please, sir, it's Lady Mary's. She's lost it." "And lost it, your Majesty, only to find something more precious. Would your Majesty hear the story?" A little alarmed, a little curious, a little self-anxious, and a little induced by the nudges and pinches of her companions, the Queen blushingly signified her royal assent. "Enough! Bring refreshments. Will your Majesty prefer wintergreen, peppermint, rose, or acidulated drops? Red or white? Or perhaps your Majesty will let me recommend these bull's eyes," said the leader, as a collection of sweets in a hat were suddenly produced from the barrel labelled gunpowder, and handed to the children. "Listen," he continued, in a silence broken only by the gentle sucking of Bullseyes. "Many years ago the old Red Rovers of these parts locked up all their treasures in a secret cavern in this mountain. They used spells and magic to keep it from being entered or found by anybody, for there was a certain mark upon it, made by a peculiar rock that stuck out of it, which signified what there was below. Long afterwards, other Red Rovers who had heard of it came here and spent days and days trying to discover it, digging holes and blasting tunnels like this, but of no use. Sometimes they thought they discovered the magic marks in the peculiar rock that stuck out of it, but when they dug there they found no treasure. And why? Because there was a magic spell upon it. And what was that magic spell? Why, this: it could only be discovered by a person who could not possibly know that he or she had discovered it, who never could or would be able to enjoy it, who could never see it, never feel it, never, in fact, know anything at all about it. It wasn't a dead man. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a baby. "Why," said Polly, jumping up and clapping her hands, "it was a dolly!" "Your Majesty's head is level. Your Majesty has guessed it," said the leader, gravely. "It was your Majesty's own dolly, Lady Mary, who broke the spell. When your Majesty came down the slide, the doll fell from your gracious hand when your foot slipped. Your Majesty recovered Lady Mary, but did not observe that her hair had caught in a particular rock called the Outcrop, and remained behind. When, later on, while sitting with your attendants at the mouth of the tunnel, your Majesty discovered that Lady Mary's hair was gone, I overheard your Majesty, and dispatched the trusty Step and Fetch It to seek it at the mountain side. He did so, and found it clinging to the rock, and beneath it the entrance to the secret cave. Patsy and Hickory, who, failing to understand a word of this explanation, had given themselves up to the unconstrained enjoyment of the sweets, began now to apprehend that some change was impending, and prepared for the worst by hastily swallowing what they had in their mouths, thus defying enchantment and getting ready for speech. Polly, who had closely followed the story, albeit with the embellishments of her own imagination, made her eyes rounder than ever. A bland smile broke on Wan Lee's face, as, to the children's amazement, he quietly disengaged himself from the group and stepped before the leader.
Melican man plenty fooly Melican children. No fooly China boy. China boy know you. You know that Dofa. You know pilot. You always same tunnel man. You Bob Johnson. Me sabi you. You dressy up always same as a dead Dofa. But you Bob Johnson. Always same. My father washi for you. You no pay him. You owe him $40. Me bringing you bill. You no pay bill. You say, chalky up, Jan. You say, Bimby, John. But me no catch you $40.
A roar of laughter followed, in which even the leader apparently forgot himself enough to join. But the next moment, springing to his feet, he shouted, "Ho, ho, a traitor! Away with him to the deepest dungeon beneath the castle moat!" Hickory and Patsy began to whimper, but Polly, albeit with a tremulous lip, stepped to the side of her little pagan friend. "Don't you dare to touch him!" she said, with a shake of unexpected determination in her little curly head. "If you do, I'll tell my father and he will slay you, all of you. There!" "Your father? Then you are not the Queen." It was a sore struggle to Polly to abdicate her royal position. It was harder to do it with befitting dignity. To evade the direct question, she was obliged to abandon her defiant attitude. "If you please, sir," she said hurriedly, with an increasing colour and no stops. "We're not always pirates, you know, and Wan Lee is only our boy what brushes my shoes in the morning and runs of errands, and he doesn't mean anything bad, sir, and we'd like to take him back home with us." "Enough!" said the leader, changing his entire manner with the most sudden and shameless inconsistency. "You shall go back together, and woe betide the miscreant who would prevent it. What say you, brothers? What shall be his fate who dares to separate our noble Queen from her faithful Chinese henchmen?" "He shall die!" roared the others, with beaming cheerfulness. "And what say you? Shall we see them home?" "We will!" roared the others. Before the children could fairly comprehend what had passed, they were again lifted into the truck and began to glide back into the tunnel they had just quitted. But not again in darkness and silence. The entire band of Red Rovers accompanied them, illuminating the dark passage with the candles they had snatched from the walls. In a few moments they were at the entrance again. The great world lay beyond them once more, with rocks and valleys suffused by the rosy light of the setting sun. The past seemed like a dream. But were they really awake now? They could not tell. They accepted everything with the confidence and credulity of all children who have no experience to compare with their first impressions, and to whom the future contains nothing impossible. It was without surprise, therefore, that they felt themselves lifted on the shoulders of the men who were making quite a procession along the steep trail towards the settlement again. Polly noticed that at the mouth of the other tunnels they were greeted by men as if they were carrying tidings of great joy, that they stopped to rejoice together, and that in some mysterious manner their conductors had got their faces washed and had become more like beings of the outer world. When they neared the settlement, the excitement seemed to have become greater. People rushed out to shake hands with the men who were carrying them, and overpowered even the children with questions they could not understand. Only one sentence Polly could clearly remember as being the burden of all congratulations. "Struck the old lead at last!" With a faint consciousness that she knew something about it, she tried to assume a dignified attitude on the leader's shoulders, even while she was beginning to be heavy with sleep. And then she remembered a crowd near her father's house, out of which her father came smiling pleasantly on her, but not interfering with her triumphal progress, until the leader finally deposited her in her mother's lap in their own sitting room. And then she remembered being cross and declining to answer any questions, and shortly afterwards found herself comfortably in bed. Then she heard her mother say to her father, "It really seems too ridiculous for anything, John, the idea of these grown men dressing themselves up to play with children." "Ridiculous or not," said her father, "these grown men of the Excelsior Mine have just struck the famous old lode of Red Mountain, which is as good as a fortune to everybody on the ridge, and were as wild as boys. They say it never would have been found if Polly hadn't tumbled over the slide directly on top of the outcrop, and left the absurd wig of that wretched doll of hers to mark its site." "And that," murmured Polly sleepily to her doll, as she drew it closer to her breast, "is all they know of it." End of The Queen of the Pirate Isle by Bret Harte. Read by Linda Ciano. The Faithless Parrot by Charles H. Bennett. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Linda Ciano. The Faithless Parrot. There once lived happily together in a fine house a tortoise-shell cat and a pretty white dog. The cat's name was Tittums, the dog's Fido. In course of time the pretty dog fell in love with the cat, and only waited for a good chance to disclose his affections. This came one day when Tittums had put her paws on the fender, dropped her head a little on one side, half closed her eyes, and seemed thinking of nothing at all. Then Fido, who lay stretched at full length upon the hearth-rug, looked steadfastly at her, and heaving a gentle whine, said, "Oh, Tittums, I've fallen in love." "Indeed?" replied the prudent cat, not wishing to show him how anxious she was. "Yes, indeed," continued the little doggie, rather hurt at her coldness. "It's you that I've fallen in love with. Do you like me, Tittums?" But Tittums would not answer, even with a single purr. And it was only upon her giving him a sly look out of the corner of her left eye that he guessed how much she did like him. However, made bold by even this small token of esteem, he came quietly up and sat by her side, even going so far at last as to take her out for a short walk down the garden path, where they looked through the railings at the people passing by. "Well," said Fido to himself, "I have no doubt but she will love me in time, all the more as I have great hopes of growing bigger before the spring." But one morning, when Tittums came in from a visit she had been paying her mamma, she was followed by a gentleman from the tropics, who, with all the impudence of his race, made himself quite at home, pressed Tittums' paw to his heart, called her the loveliest of cats, and asked her to oblige him with a song, which he had been told she could sing very sweetly, and never took the least notice of poor Fido, who was sitting in the corner. To tell the truth, poor Fido was very cross, and began to growl quite savagely, the more so when, to his dismay, he beheld the pleasure with which Tittums heard all this nonsense. He could not think what right the bold stranger had to come there unasked, for all that he had bright red and green feathers, a rakish broad-brimmed hat, and a gold-headed walking cane, he was not good-looking, and that was very certain. But Tittums was very much struck by his appearance and bearing. His feathers were so pretty, he spoke so many languages, shrieked so terribly and in such a loud voice, had travelled so much, and was so struck by the beauty of Tittums, that, poor little cat as she was, she ceased to care a button for faithful Fido, and kept all her sly glances for Mr. Paul Parrot. "Lovely Tittums," said Mr. Paul, "you must forget such upstart puppies as Fido. Listen to me. I am a traveller. I speak 5 languages. I have a palace made of golden bars, within which is a perch fit for a king. I have a pension of bread and milk and Barcelona nuts, all of which I will share with you. To-morrow we will go for a trip into the field next to the house. Good-bye for the present, my dear pussy cat." And he went away, kissing his hand. Poor Fido howled. Naughty Tittums! As day followed day, Miss Puss neglected her little dog more and more. She walked out with Mr. Paul Parrot, she sang to him, looked kindly at him, and in fact only seemed happy when he was by. Poor Fido was true to his first love, although almost brought to despair. He got very thin indeed, and his fine bushy coat, which he had kept nice and clean, became ragged and dirty. Indeed, Mr. Parrot carried all before him. He was so grand, so loving, and so clever, that Fido, from being deserted, became despised, and was indeed thinking about hanging himself on the meat-hook in the kitchen. One evening, just after dark, as he was roaming about, feeling very sad, and thinking that perhaps it would be better to run away than to use the meat-hook, he all at once found himself in the next garden, and while he was looking round him, he heard voices. "Lovely Mrs. Daw," said one of the voices, which he seemed to recognize. "I am a traveller. I speak 5 languages. I have a palace made of golden bars, within which is a perch fit for a king. I have a pension of bread and milk and nuts, all of which I will share with you. To-morrow we will fly for an excursion on to the great oak tree in Farmer Hodges' field." "Dear me," thought Fido, "this must be Mr. Parrot." And sure enough, so it was, Mr. Parrot indeed, and making the warmest of love to old Mrs. Daw, the widow of Miser Jackdaw, who, during a long life, and by means of stealing and saving, had laid by a large fortune, which he had left Mrs. Daw to enjoy. The old widow seemed very much pleased at the warmth of Mr. Paul's love, and no doubt thought that every word he said was true. Leering round at him with her old eyes, and wishing that she had put on a clean muslin cap, as it might have made her look even younger than she thought she did. As for Fido, he almost jumped for joy. He ran home as soon as ever he could. "Oh, Tittums," said he, heedless of her scornful looks, "what do you think I've found out? There is that rascal of a Paul Parrot, who pretends so much love for you, courting Widow Daw at this very moment. And if you come at once, you may see it with your own eyes." "Nonsense," replied Tittums. "I do not believe it." "Well," said the dog, "to convince you, if you will only come to the other side of the wall, you shall see that what I have said is quite true." But Pussy, trusting in the honour of Mr. Paul, would not believe a word, and it was only after a great deal of persuasion that she was induced to jump over the wall and listen. Mr. Paul and Mrs. Daw were still courting, and the parrot was trying, by coaxing the old lady, to find out how much she was worth, and where all her treasures were hid. Indeed, Mrs. Daw was just on the point of telling him her secret, when Tittums, unable to contain herself, rushed at Mr. Paul and scratched his face. "Oh, you bad parrot!" she said. "Did you not promise to marry me and take me to your golden palace?" "Golden palace!" screamed Mrs. Daw. "Why, you wicked bird, that's what you promised me. Stay, ma'am, what did he say besides? Did he promise you any bread and milk, or any Barcelona nuts?" "Yes, he did, he did, he did!" continued the cat, scratching and clawing the false, faithless parrot as she spoke. "Well," said Pussy, now fairly exhausted, "I hope you're satisfied. If ever you come near our house again, I'll scratch out every feather you have on your back." And so she left him, taking Fido with her, who, in spite of his general good nature and the parrot's rage, could not resist giving him 2 or 3 sharp bites. As soon as Mrs. Daw was left alone with Paul, she began to upbraid him with his falseness. "You vulgar, stuck-up, ugly, awkward deceiver! You have neither honesty enough to live by, nor wings enough to fly with." Whereupon she jumped at him, and gave him such a plucking as spoilt his good looks. Never after this was the parrot able to hold up his head. Every one scorned him. Even his golden palace turned out to be a brass cage. And for his misdeeds a chain was fastened round his leg. He was confined to a wooden perch, which, out of pure spite, he was always pecking. Old Widow Daw kept her secret, and remained unmarried. Tittums could not help admiring the constancy of Fido, and when in the spring he had grown bigger, and was promoted to a sweet red and black collar, Pussy found that she loved him very much indeed, and made up her mind never more to forsake him. End of The Faithless Parrot by Charles H. Bennett. Read by Linda Ciano. The Trial of William Tinkling by Charles Dickens. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Linda Ciano. The Trial of William Tinkling, written by himself at the age of 8 years, by Charles Dickens. Foreword. The story contained herein was written by Charles Dickens in 1867. It is the first of 4 stories entitled Holiday Romance, and was published originally in a children's magazine in America. It purports to be written by a child aged 8. It was republished in England in All the Year Round in 1868. For this and 4 other Christmas pieces, Dickens received £1,000. Holiday Romance was published in book form by Messrs. Chapman and Hall in 1874, with Edwin Drood and other stories. For this reprint, the text of the story as it appeared in All the Year Round has been followed. The Trial of William Tinkling. This beginning part is not made out of anybody's head, you know. It's real. You must believe this beginning part more than what comes after, else you won't understand how what comes after came to be written. You must believe it all, but you must believe this most, please. I am the editor of it. Bob Redforth, he's my cousin, and shaking the table on purpose, wanted to be the editor of it, but I said he shouldn't, because he couldn't. He has no idea of being an editor. Nettie Ashford is my bride. We were married in the right-hand closet in the corner of the dancing school where first we met, with a ring, a green one, from Wilkingwater's toy shop. I owed for it out of my pocket money. When the rapturous ceremony was over, we all 4 went up the lane and let off a cannon, brought loaded in Bob Redforth's waistcoat pocket, to announce our nuptials. It flew right up when it went off, and turned over. Next day, Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth was united, with similar ceremonies, to Alice Rainbird. This time the cannon bust with a most terrific explosion, and made a puppy bark. My peerless bride was, at the period of which we now treat, in captivity at Miss Grimmer's. Drowvey and Grimmer is the partnership, and opinion is divided which is the greatest beast. The lovely bride of the Colonel was also immured in the dungeons of the same establishment. a vow was entered into between the Colonel and myself that we would cut them out on the following Wednesday, when walking 2 and 2. Under the desperate circumstances of the case, the active brain of the Colonel, combining with his lawless pursuit (he is a pirate), suggested an attack with fireworks. This, however, from motives of humanity, was abandoned as too expensive. Lightly armed with a paper knife buttoned up under his jacket, and waving the dreaded black flag at the end of a cane, the Colonel took command of me at 2 p.m. on the eventful and appointed day. He had drawn out the plan of attack on a piece of paper, which was rolled up round a hoopstick. He showed it to me. My position and my full-length portrait (but my real ears don't stick out horizontal) was behind a corner lamp-post, with written orders to remain there till I should see Miss Drowvey fall. The Drowvey who was to fall was the one in spectacles, not the one with the large lavender bonnet. At that signal I was to rush forth, seize my bride, and fight my way to the lane. There a junction would be effected between myself and the Colonel, and putting our brides behind us, between ourselves and the palings, we were to conquer or die. The enemy approached. Waving his black flag, the Colonel attacked. Confusion ensued. Anxiously I awaited my signal, but my signal came not. So far from falling, the hated Drowvey in spectacles appeared to me to have muffled the Colonel's head in his outlawed banner, and to be pitching into him with a parasol. The one in the lavender bonnet also performed prodigies of valour with her fists on his back. Seeing that all was for the moment lost, I fought my desperate way hand to hand to the lane. Through taking the back road I was so fortunate as to meet nobody, and arrived there uninterrupted. It seemed an age ere the Colonel joined me. He had been to the jobbing tailor's, to be sewn up in several places, and attributed our defeat to the refusal of the detested Drowvey to fall. Finding her so obstinate, he had said to her in a loud voice, "Die, recreant!" but had found her no more open to reason on that point than the other. My blooming bride appeared, accompanied by the Colonel's bride, at the dancing school next day. What? Was her face averted from me? Ha! Even so. With a look of scorn she put into my hand a bit of paper, and took another partner. On the paper was pencilled, "Heavens! Can I write the word? Is my husband a cow?" In the first bewilderment of my heated brain, I tried to think what slanderer could have traced my family to the ignoble animal mentioned above. Vain were my endeavours. At the end of that dance I whispered the Colonel to come into the cloak-room, and I showed him the note. "There is a syllable wanting," said he, with a gloomy brow. "Ha! What syllable?" was my inquiry. "She asks, can she write the word? And no, you see she couldn't," said the Colonel, pointing out the passage. "And the word was?" said I. "Cow, cow, coward," hissed the pirate Colonel in my ear, and gave me back the note. Feeling that I must for ever tread the earth a branded person, I mean, or that I must clear up my honour, I demanded to be tried by a court-martial. The Colonel admitted my right to be tried. Some difficulty was found in composing the court, on account of the Emperor of France's aunt refusing to let him come out. He was to be the president. Ere yet we had appointed a substitute, he made his escape over the back wall, and stood among us, a free monarch. The court was held on the grass by the pond. I recognized in a certain admiral among my judges my deadliest foe. A cocoanut had given rise to language that I could not brook. But confiding in my innocence, and also in the knowledge that the President of the United States, who sat next to him, owed me a knife, I braced myself for the ordeal. It was a solemn spectacle, that court. 2 executioners, with pinafores reversed, led me in. Under the shade of an umbrella I perceived my bride, supported by the bride of the pirate colonel. The President, having reproved a little female ensign for tittering on a matter of life or death, called upon me to plead coward or no coward, guilty or not guilty. I pleaded in a firm tone, no coward and not guilty. The little female ensign, being again reproved by the President for misconduct, mutinied, left the court, and threw stones. My implacable enemy, the Admiral, conducted the case against me. The Colonel's bride was called to prove that I had remained behind the corner lamp-post during the engagement. I might have been spared the anguish of my own bride's being also made a witness to the same point, but the Admiral knew where to wound me. Be still, my soul, no matter. The Colonel was then brought forward with his evidence. It was for this point that I had saved myself up, as the turning point of my case. Shaking myself free of my guards, who had no business to hold me, the stupids, unless I was found guilty, I asked the Colonel what he considered the first duty of a soldier. Ere he could reply, the President of the United States rose and informed the court that my foe the Admiral had suggested bravery, and that prompting a witness wasn't fair. The President of the court immediately ordered the Admiral's mouth to be filled with leaves and tied up with string. I had the satisfaction of seeing the sentence carried into effect before the proceedings went further. I then took a paper from my trousers pocket and asked, "What do you consider, Colonel Redforth, the first duty of a soldier? Is it obedience?" "It is," said the Colonel. "Is that paper, please to look at it, in your hand?" "It is," said the Colonel. "Is it a military sketch?" "It is," said the Colonel. "Of an engagement?" "Quite so," said the Colonel. "Of the late engagement?" "Of the late engagement." "Please to describe it, and then hand it to the President of the court." From that triumphant moment my sufferings and my dangers were at an end. The court rose up and jumped on discovering that I had strictly obeyed orders. My foe the Admiral, who though muzzled was malignant yet, contrived to suggest that I was dishonoured by having quitted the field. But the Colonel himself had done as much, and gave his opinion, upon his word and honour as a pirate, that when all was lost, the field might be quitted without disgrace. I was going to be found no coward and not guilty, and my blooming bride was going to be publicly restored to my arms in a procession, when an unlooked-for event disturbed the general rejoicing. This was no other than the Emperor of France's aunt catching hold of his hair. The proceedings abruptly terminated, and the court tumultuously dissolved. It was when the shades of the next evening but one were beginning to fall, Ere yet the silver beams of Luna touched the earth, that four forms might have been descried slowly advancing toward the weeping willow on the borders of the pond, the now deserted scene of the day before yesterday's agonies and triumphs. On a nearer approach, and by a practised eye, these might have been identified as the forms of the pirate colonel with his bride, and of the day before yesterday's gallant prisoner with his bride. On the beauteous faces of the nymphs, dejection sat enthroned. All four reclined under the willow for some minutes without speaking, till at length the bride of the colonel poutingly observed, "It's of no use pretending any more, and we had better give it up." "Ha!" exclaimed the pirate. "Pretending?" "Don't go on like that. You worry me," returned his bride. The lovely bride of Tinkling echoed the incredible declaration. The two warriors exchanged stony glances. "If," said the bride of the pirate colonel, "grown-up people won't do what they ought to do, and will put us out, what comes of our pretending?" "We only get into scrapes," said the bride of Tinkling. "You know very well," pursued the colonel's bride, "that Miss Drowvey wouldn't fall. You complained of it yourself. And you know how disgracefully the court-martial ended. As to our marriage, would my people acknowledge it at home? Or would my people acknowledge ours?" said the bride of Tinkling. Again the two warriors exchanged stony glances. "If you knocked at the door and claimed me, after you were told to go away," said the colonel's bride, "you would only have your hair pulled, or your ears, or your nose. If you persisted in ringing at the bell and claiming me," said the bride of Tinkling to that gentleman, "you would have things dropped on your head from the window over the handle, or you would be played upon by the garden engine." "And at your own homes," resumed the bride of the colonel, "it would be just as bad. You would be sent to bed, or something equally undignified. Again, how would you support us?" The pirate colonel replied in a courageous voice, "By rapine." But his bride retorted, "Suppose the grown-up people wouldn't be rapined?" "Then," said the colonel, "they should pay the penalty in blood." "But suppose they should object," retorted his bride, "and wouldn't pay the penalty in blood or anything else?" A mournful silence ensued. "Then do you no longer love me, Alice?" asked the colonel. "Redforth, I am ever thine," returned his bride. "Then do you no longer love me, Nettie?" asked the present writer. "Tinkling, I am ever thine," returned my bride. We all four embraced. Let me not be misunderstood by the giddy. The colonel embraced his own bride, and I embraced mine. But 2 times 2 make 4. "Nettie and I," said Alice mournfully, "have been considering our position. The grown-up people are too strong for us. They make us ridiculous. Besides, they have changed the times. William Tinkling's baby brother was christened yesterday. What took place? Was any king present? Answer, William." I said no, unless disguised as Great Uncle Chopper. "Any queen?" There had been no queen that I knew of at our house. There might have been one in the kitchens, but I didn't think so, or the servants would have mentioned it. "Any fairies?" None that were visible. "We had an idea among us, I think," said Alice, with a melancholy smile. "We 4, that Miss Grimmer would prove to be the wicked fairy, and would come in at the christening with her crutch stick, and give the child a bad gift. Was there anything of that sort? Answer, William." I said that Ma had said afterwards, and so she had, that Great Uncle Chopper's gift was a shabby one. But she hadn't said a bad one. She had called it shabby, electrotyped, second hand, and below his income. "It must be the grown-up people who have changed all this," said Alice. "We couldn't have changed it, if we had been so inclined, and we never should have been. Or perhaps Miss Scrimmer is a wicked fairy after all, and won't act up to it, because the grown-up people have persuaded her not to. Either way, they would make us ridiculous if we told them what we expected." "Tyrants!" muttered the Pirate Colonel. "Nay, my Redforth," said Alice, "say not so. Call not names, my Redforth, or they will apply to Pa." "Let 'em," said the Colonel. "I don't care. Who's he?" Tinkling here undertook the perilous task of remonstrating with his lawless friend, who consented to withdraw the moody expressions above quoted. "What remains for us to do?" Alice went on, in her mild, wise way. "We must educate. We must pretend in a new manner. We must wait." The Colonel clenched his teeth, 4 out in front and a piece off another, and he had been twice dragged to the door of a dentist despot, but had escaped from his guards. "How educate? How pretend in a new manner? How wait?" "Educate the grown-up people," replied Alice. "We part to-night. Yes, Redforth," for the Colonel tucked up his cuffs, "part to-night. Let us in these next holidays, now going to begin, throw our thoughts into something educational for the grown-up people, hinting to them how things ought to be. Let us veil our meaning under a mask of romance, you, I, and Nettie. William Tinkling, being the plainest and quickest writer, shall copy out. Is it agreed?" The Colonel answered sulkily, "I don't mind." He then asked, "How about pretending?" "We will pretend," said Alice, "that we are children. Not that we are those grown-up people who won't help us out as they ought, and who understand us so badly." The Colonel, still much dissatisfied, growled, "How about waiting?" "We will wait," answered little Alice, taking Nettie's hand in hers and looking up to the sky. "We will wait, ever constant and true, till the times have got so changed as that everything helps us out, and nothing makes us ridiculous, and the fairies have come back. We will wait, ever constant and true, till we are 80, 90, or 100. And then the fairies will send us children, and we will help them out, poor pretty little creatures, if they pretend ever so much." "So we will, dear," said Nettie Ashford, taking her round the waist with both arms and kissing her. "And now if my husband will go and buy some cherries for us, I have got some money." In the friendliest manner I invited the Colonel to go with me, but he so far forgot himself as to acknowledge the invitation by kicking out behind, and then lying down on his stomach on the grass, pulling it up and chewing it. When I came back, however, Alice had nearly brought him out of his vexation, and was soothing him by telling him how soon we should all be 90. As we sat under the willow tree and ate the cherries, fair, for Alice shared them out, we played at being 90. Nettie complained that she had a bone in her old back, and it made her hobble, and Alice sang a song in an old woman's way, but it was very pretty, and we were all merry. At least, I don't know about merry exactly, but all comfortable. There was a most tremendous lot of cherries, and Alice always had with her some neat little bag or box or case to hold things. In it that night was a tiny wine glass. So Alice and Nettie said they would make some cherry wine to drink our love at parting. Each of us had a glassful, and it was delicious, and each of us drank the toast, "Our love at parting." The Colonel drank his wine last, and it got into my head directly that it got into his directly. Anyhow, his eyes rolled immediately after he had turned the glass upside down, and he took me on one side and proposed in a hoarse whisper that we should "cut 'em out still." How did he mean? I asked my lawless friend. "Cut our brides out," said the Colonel, "and then cut our way, without going down a single turning, bang to the Spanish Main." We might have tried it, though I didn't think it would answer. Only we looked round and saw that there was nothing but moonlight under the willow tree, and that our pretty, pretty wives were gone. We burst out crying. The Colonel gave in second, and came to first, but he gave in strong. We were ashamed of our red eyes, and hung about for half an hour to whiten them. Likewise a piece of chalk round the rims, I doing the Colonel's and he mine, but afterwards found in the bedroom looking-glass not natural, besides inflammation. Our conversation turned on being 90. The Colonel told me he had a pair of boots that wanted soling and heeling, but he thought it hardly worth while to mention it to his father, as he himself should so soon be 90, when he thought shoes would be more convenient. The Colonel also told me, with his hand upon his hip, that he felt himself already getting on in life, and turning rheumatic, and I told him the same. And when they said at our house at supper, "They are always bothering about something," that I stooped, I felt so glad. This is the end of the beginning part that you were to believe most. End of The Trial of William Tinkling, written by himself at the age of 8 years, by Charles Dickens. Read by Linda Ciano. The Magic Fishbone, a holiday romance from the pen of Miss Alice Rainbird, aged 7, by Charles Dickens. Read by Linda Ciano. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foreword. The story contained herein was written by Charles Dickens in 1867. It is the second of 4 stories entitled Holiday Romance, and was published originally in a children's magazine in America. It purports to be written by a child aged 7. It was republished in England in All the Year Round in 1868. For this and 4 other Christmas pieces, Dickens received £1,000. Holiday Romance was published in book form by Messrs. Chapman and Hall in 1874, with Edwin Drood and other stories. For this reprint, the text of the story as it appeared in All the Year Round has been followed. The Magic Fishbone. There was once a king, and he had a queen, and he was the manliest of his sex, and she was the loveliest of hers. The king was, in his private profession, under government. The queen's father had been a medical man out of town. They had 19 children, and were always having more. 17 of these children took care of the baby, and Alicia, the eldest, took care of them all. Their ages varied from 7 years to 7 months. Let us now resume our story. One day the king was going to the office, when he stopped at the fishmonger's to buy 1.5 pounds of salmon not too near the tail, which the queen, who was a careful housekeeper, had requested him to send home. Mr. Pickles, the fishmonger, said, "Certainly, sir. Is there any other article? Good morning." The king went on towards the office in a melancholy mood, for quarter day was such a long way off, and several of the dear children were growing out of their clothes. He had not proceeded far when Mr. Pickles' errand boy came running after him and said, "Sir, you didn't notice the old lady in our shop." "What old lady?" inquired the king. "I saw none." Now the king had not seen any old lady, because this old lady had been invisible to him, though visible to Mr. Pickles' boy. Probably because he messed and splashed the water about to that degree, and flopped the pairs of soles down in that violent manner, that, if she had not been visible to him, he would have spoilt her clothes. Just then the old lady came trotting up. She was dressed in shot silk of the richest quality, smelling of dried lavender. "King Watkins the First, I believe?" said the old lady. "Watkins," replied the king, "is my name." "Papa, if I am not mistaken, of the beautiful Princess Alicia?" said the old lady. "And of 18 other darlings," replied the king. "Listen. You are going to the office," said the old lady. It instantly flashed upon the king that she must be a fairy, or how could she know that? "You are right," said the old lady, answering his thoughts. "I am the good fairy Grandmarina. Attend. When you return home to dinner, politely invite the Princess Alicia to have some of the salmon you bought just now." "It may disagree with her," said the king. The old lady became so very angry at this absurd idea that the king was quite alarmed, and humbly begged her pardon. "We hear a great deal too much about this thing disagreeing and that thing disagreeing," said the old lady, with the greatest contempt it was possible to express. "Don't be greedy. I think you want it all to yourself." The king hung his head under this reproof, and said he wouldn't talk about things disagreeing any more. "Be good, then," said the fairy Grandmarina, "and don't. When the beautiful Princess Alicia consents to partake of the salmon, as I think she will, you will find she will leave a fishbone on her plate. Tell her to dry it, and to rub it, and to polish it till it shines like mother of pearl, and to take care of it as a present from me." "Is that all?" asked the king. "Don't be impatient, sir," returned the fairy Grandmarina, scolding him severely. "Don't catch people short before they have done speaking. Just the way with you grown-up persons. You are always doing it." The king again hung his head, and said he wouldn't do so any more. "Be good, then," said the fairy Grandmarina, "and don't. Tell the Princess Alicia, with my love, that the fishbone is a magic present which can only be used once, but that it will bring her that once whatever she wishes for, provided she wishes for it at the right time. That is the message. Take care of it." The king was beginning, "Might I ask the reason?" when the fairy became absolutely furious. "Will you be good, sir!" she exclaimed, stamping her foot on the ground. "The reason for this and the reason for that, indeed! You are always wanting the reason. No reason! There! Hoity-toity me! I am sick of your grown-up reasons." The King was extremely frightened by the old lady's flying into such a passion, and said he was very sorry to have offended her, and he wouldn't ask for reasons any more. "Be good, then," said the old lady, "and don't." With those words Grandmarina vanished, and the King went on and on and on till he came to the office. There he wrote and wrote and wrote till it was time to go home again. Then he politely invited the Princess Alicia, as the Fairy had directed him, to partake of the salmon. And when she had enjoyed it very much, he saw the fishbone on her plate, as the Fairy had told him he would. And he delivered the Fairy's message, and the Princess Alicia took care to dry the bone, and to rub it, and to polish it till it shone like mother of pearl. And so, when the Queen was going to get up in the morning, she said, "Oh, dear me, my head, my head!" and then she fainted away. The Princess Alicia, who happened to be looking in at the chamber door, asking about breakfast, was very much alarmed when she saw her royal mamma in this state, and she rang the bell for Peggy, which was the name of the Lord Chamberlain. But, remembering where the smelling bottle was, she climbed on a chair and got it, and after that she climbed on another chair by the bedside and held the smelling bottle to the Queen's nose, and after that she jumped down and got some water, and after that she jumped up again and wetted the Queen's forehead, and, in short, when the Lord Chamberlain came in, that dear old woman said to the little Princess, "What a trot you are! I couldn't have done it better myself." But that was not the worst of the good Queen's illness. Oh, no! She was very ill indeed for a long time. The Princess Alicia kept the 17 young Princes and Princesses quiet, and dressed and undressed and danced the baby, and made the kettle boil, and heated the soup, and swept the hearth, and poured out the medicine, and nursed the Queen, and did all that ever she could, and was as busy as busy could be. For there were not many servants at that palace, for 3 reasons: because the King was short of money, because a rise in his office never seemed to come, and because quarter day was so far off that it looked almost as far off and as little as one of the stars. But on the morning when the Queen fainted away, where was the magic fishbone? Why, there it was in the Princess Alicia's pocket. She had almost taken it out to bring the Queen to life again, when she put it back and looked for the smelling bottle. After the Queen had come out of her swoon that morning, and was dozing, the Princess Alicia hurried upstairs to tell a most particular secret to a most particularly confidential friend of hers, who was a Duchess. People did suppose her to be a doll, but she was really a Duchess, though nobody knew it except the Princess. This most particular secret was a secret about the magic fishbone, the history of which was well known to the Duchess, because the Princess told her everything. The Princess kneeled down by the bed on which the Duchess was lying, full dressed and wide awake, and whispered the secret to her. The Duchess smiled and nodded. People might have supposed that she never smiled and nodded, but she often did, though nobody knew it except the Princess. Then the Princess Alicia hurried downstairs again to keep watch in the Queen's room. She often kept watch by herself in the Queen's room, but every evening while the illness lasted, she sat there watching with the King. And every evening the King sat looking at her with a cross look, wondering why she never brought out the magic fishbone. As often as she noticed this, she ran upstairs, whispered the secret to the Duchess over again, and said to the Duchess besides, "They think we children never have a reason or a meaning." And the Duchess, though the most fashionable Duchess that ever was heard of, winked her eye. "Alicia," said the King one evening when she wished him good night. "Yes, Papa." "What is become of the magic fishbone?" "In my pocket, Papa." "I thought you had lost it." "Oh, no, Papa." "Or forgotten it?" "No, indeed, Papa." And so another time the dreadful little snapping pug dog next door made a rush at one of the young princes as he stood on the steps coming home from school, and terrified him out of his wits, and he put his hand through a pane of glass, and bled. When the 17 other young princes and princesses saw him bleed, they were terrified out of their wits too, and screamed themselves black in their 17 faces all at once. But the Princess Alicia put her hands over all their 17 mouths, one after another, and persuaded them to be quiet because of the sick Queen. And then she put the wounded Prince's hand in a basin of fresh cold water, while they stared with their twice 17 are 34 put down 4 and carry 3 eyes. And then she looked in the hand for bits of glass, and there were fortunately no bits of glass there. And then she said to 2 chubby-legged princes, who were sturdy though small, "Bring me in the royal rag bag. I must snip and stitch and cut and contrive." So those 2 young princes tugged at the royal rag bag and lugged it in, and the Princess Alicia sat down on the floor with a large pair of scissors and a needle and thread, and snipped and stitched and cut and contrived, and made a bandage and put it on, and it fitted beautifully, and so, when it was all done, she saw the King, her papa, looking on by the door. "Alicia." "Yes, Papa." "What have you been doing?" "Snipping, stitching, cutting, and contriving, Papa." "Where is the magic fishbone?" "In my pocket, Papa." "I thought you had lost it." "Oh, no, Papa." "Or forgotten it?" "No, indeed, Papa." After that she ran upstairs to the Duchess and told her what had passed, and told her the secret over again, and the Duchess shook her flaxen curls and laughed with her rosy lips. Well, and so another time the baby fell under the grate. The 17 young princes and princesses were used to it, for they were almost always falling under the grate or down the stairs, but the baby was not used to it yet, and it gave him a swelled face and a black eye. The way the poor little darling came to tumble was, that he slid out of the Princess Alicia's lap just as she was sitting in a great coarse apron that quite smothered her, in front of the kitchen fire, beginning to peel the turnips for the broth for dinner. And the way she came to be doing that was, that the King's cook had run away that morning with her own true love, who was a very tall but very tipsy soldier. Then the 17 young princes and princesses, who cried at everything that happened, cried and roared. But the Princess Alicia, who couldn't help crying a little herself, quietly called to them to be still on account of not throwing back the Queen upstairs, who was fast getting well, and said, "Hold your tongues, you wicked little monkeys, every one of you, while I examine baby." Then she examined baby and found that he hadn't broken anything, and she held cold iron to his poor dear eye, and smoothed his poor dear face, and he presently fell asleep in her arms. Then she said to the 17 Princes and Princesses, "I am afraid to lay him down yet, lest he should wake and feel pain. Be good, and you shall all be cooks." They jumped for joy when they heard that, and began making themselves cooks' caps out of old newspapers. So to one she gave the salt box, and to one she gave the barley, and to one she gave the herbs, and to one she gave the turnips, and to one she gave the carrots, and to one she gave the onions, and to one she gave the spice box, till they were all cooks, and all running about at work, she sitting in the middle, smothered in the great coarse apron, nursing baby. By and by the broth was done, and the baby woke up smiling like an angel, and was trusted to the sedatest Princess to hold, while the other Princes and Princesses were squeezed into a far-off corner to look at the Princess Alicia turning out the saucepan full of broth, for fear, as they were always getting into trouble, they should get splashed and scalded. When the broth came tumbling out, steaming beautifully, and smelling like a nosegay good to eat, they clapped their hands. That made the baby clap his hands, and that, and his looking as if he had a comic toothache, made all the Princes and Princesses laugh. So the Princess Alicia said, "Laugh and be good, and after dinner we will make him a nest on the floor in a corner, and he shall sit in his nest and see a dance of 18 cooks." That delighted the young Princes and Princesses, and they ate up all the broth, and washed up all the plates and dishes, and cleared away, and pushed the table into a corner, and then they in their cooks' caps, and the Princess Alicia in the smothering coarse apron that belonged to the cook that had run away with her own true love, that was the very tall but very tipsy soldier, danced a dance of 18 cooks before the angelic baby, who forgot his swelled face and his black eye, and crowed with joy. And so then once more the Princess Alicia saw King Watkins the First, her father, standing in the doorway looking on, and he said, "What have you been doing, Alicia?" "Cooking and contriving, Papa." "What else have you been doing, Alicia?" "Keeping the children light-hearted, Papa." "Where is the Magic Fishbone, Alicia?" "In my pocket, Papa." "I thought you had lost it." "Oh, no, Papa." "Or forgotten it?" "No, indeed, Papa." The King then sighed so heavily, and seemed so low-spirited, and sat down so miserably, leaning his head upon his hand, and his elbow upon the kitchen table pushed away in the corner, that the 17 Princes and Princesses crept softly out of the kitchen, and left him alone with the Princess Alicia and the angelic baby. "What is the matter, Papa?" "I am dreadfully poor, my child." "Have you no money at all, Papa?" "None, my child." "Is there no way left of getting any, Papa?" "No way," said the King. "I have tried very hard, and I have tried all ways." When she heard those last words, the Princess Alicia began to put her hand into the pocket where she kept the Magic Fishbone. "Papa," said she, when we have tried very hard and tried all ways, we must have done our very, very best?" "No doubt, Alicia." "When we have done our very, very best, papa, and that is not enough, then, I think, the right time must have come for asking help of others." This was the very secret connected with the Magic Fishbone, which she had found out for herself from the good Fairy Grandmarina's words, and which she had so often whispered to her beautiful and fashionable friend the Duchess. So she took out of her pocket the Magic Fishbone that had been dried and rubbed and polished till it shone like mother of pearl, and she gave it one little kiss, and wished it was quarter day. And immediately it was quarter day, and the King's quarter's salary came rattling down the chimney and bounced into the middle of the floor. But this was not half of what happened. No, not a quarter, for immediately afterwards the good Fairy Grandmarina came riding in a carriage and four, peacocks, with Mr. Pickles's boy up behind, dressed in silver and gold, with a cocked hat, powdered hair, pink silk stockings, a jewelled cane, and a nosegay. Down jumped Mr. Pickles's boy with his cocked hat in his hand, and wonderfully polite, being entirely changed by enchantment, and handed Grandmarina out, and there she stood in her rich shot silk, smelling of dried lavender, fanning herself with a sparkling fan. "Alicia, my dear," said this charming old Fairy, "how do you do? I hope I see you pretty well. Give me a kiss." The Princess Alicia embraced her, and then Grandmarina turned to the King and said rather sharply, "Are you good?" The King said he hoped so. "I suppose you know the reason now why my goddaughter here," kissing the Princess again, "did not apply to the fishbone sooner?" said the Fairy. The King made her a shy bow. "Ah, but you didn't then," said the Fairy. The King made her a shyer bow. "Any more reasons to ask for?" said the Fairy. The King said no, and he was very sorry. "Be good, then," said the Fairy, "and live happily ever afterwards." Then Grandmarina waved her fan, and the Queen came in most splendidly dressed, and the 17 young Princes and Princesses, no longer grown out of their clothes, came in newly fitted out from top to toe, with tucks in everything to admit of its being let out. After that the Fairy tapped the Princess Alicia with her fan, and the smothering coarse apron flew away, and she appeared exquisitely dressed, like a little bride, with a wreath of orange flowers and a silver veil. After that the kitchen dresser changed of itself into a wardrobe, made of beautiful woods and gold and looking glass, which was full of dresses of all sorts, all for her, and all exactly fitting her. After that the angelic baby came in, running alone, with his face and eye not a bit the worse, but much the better. Then Grandmarina begged to be introduced to the Duchess, and when the Duchess was brought down many compliments passed between them. A little whispering took place between the Fairy and the Duchess, and then the Fairy said out loud, "Yes, I thought she would have told you." Grandmarina then turned to the King and Queen and said, "We are going in search of Prince Certain Personio. The pleasure of your company is requested at church in half an hour precisely." So she and the Princess Alicia got into the carriage, and Mr. Pickles's boy handed in the Duchess, who sat by herself on the opposite seat. And then Mr. Pickles's boy put up the steps and got up behind, and the peacocks flew away with their tails spread. Prince Personio was sitting by himself, eating barley sugar, and waiting to be 90. When he saw the peacocks, followed by the carriage, coming in at the window, it immediately occurred to him that something uncommon was going to happen. "Prince," said Grandmarina, "I bring you your bride." The moment the fairy said those words, Prince Personio's face left off being sticky, and his jacket and corduroys changed to peach bloom velvet, and his hair curled, and a cap and feather flew in like a bird and settled on his head. He got into the carriage by the fairy's invitation, and there he renewed his acquaintance with the Duchess, whom he had seen before. In the church were the Prince's relations and friends, and the Princess Alicia's relations and friends, and the 17 Princes and Princesses, and the baby, and a crowd of the neighbours. The marriage was beautiful beyond expression. The Duchess was bridesmaid, and beheld the ceremony from the pulpit, where she was supported by the cushion of the desk. Grandmarina gave a magnificent wedding feast afterwards, in which there was everything and more to eat, and everything and more to drink. The wedding cake was delicately ornamented with white satin ribbons, frosted silver and white lilies, and was 42 yards round. When Grandmarina had drunk her love to the young couple, and Prince Personio had made a speech, and everybody had cried, "Hip, hip, hip, hurrah!" Grandmarina announced to the King and Queen that in future there would be 8 quarter days in every year, except in leap year, when there would be 10. She then turned to Personio and Alicia, and said, "My dears, you will have 35 children, and they will all be good and beautiful. 17 of your children will be boys, and 18 will be girls. The hair of the whole of your children will curl naturally. They will never have the measles, and will have recovered from the whooping cough before being born." On hearing such good news, everybody cried out, "Hip, hip, hip, hurrah!" again. "It only remains," said Grandmarina in conclusion, "to make an end of the fishbone." So she took it from the hand of the Princess Alicia, and it instantly flew down the throat of the dreadful little snapping pug dog next door, and choked him, and he expired in convulsions. End of The Magic Fishbone, a holiday romance from the pen of Miss Alice Rainbird, aged 7, by Charles Dickens. Read by Linda Ciano.
The Babe in the Bulrushes by Amy Steedman. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Finding of Moses. Many long years had passed since the days when Joseph's brothers and their families had settled in the land of Egypt. They were a great nation in numbers now, but the Egyptians still ruled over them and used them as servants. The Pharaoh, who had been so kind to the shepherd from Canaan, was dead long ago, and the new kings, or pharaohs as they were called, hated foreigners and began to treat the Israelites very harshly. There were too many of them, they said. It was dangerous to have so many strong, powerful slaves. They must be kept down and made to work from morning till night, and be beaten if they did not work fast enough. That was very hard for the poor people, but worse was to come. An order was issued one day which spread sorrow through all the land of Goshen, where the Israelites lived. Every baby boy that was born was to be thrown into the river. Girl babies might be allowed to live, for they would be useful as slaves. But boys might grow up to fight for their country, and so they must be destroyed. In one little house, not far from the great river Nile, a woman sat holding her tiny baby in her arms, while the tears ran down her cheeks. He was such a beautiful baby, so strong and fair and healthy. But the king's order was that he was to be thrown into the river, where the cruel, hungry crocodiles were waiting to snap up everything they could find for a meal. Jochebed, the poor mother, held her baby closer in her arms. No, she could not obey the king's order. She would try and hide the baby for a little while at any rate. It was easy to hide a baby while he was still tiny and slept most of the day, but when he grew bigger, it was much more difficult. His sister, Miriam, did her best to help her mother, but any day now that the baby was 3 months old, he might be discovered, and something must be done at once. So Jochebed thought of a plan and prayed to God that he would help her carry it out. At the edge of the river there grew tall bulrushes, which, when cut down and dried, could be made into many useful things. Taking some of these bulrushes, she wove them into a little cradle with a cover to it, just like a little ark, and this she covered with a kind of pitch, so that not a drop of water could come through. Inside the cradle she made a soft bed, and laid the baby there while he was fast asleep, and set the ark afloat in the water where the bulrushes were growing. She knew that presently the great princess, Pharaoh's daughter, would come down to bathe in the river, and would notice the queer little ark floating there. Very soon the royal procession came winding down from the palace towards the river, as the princess in her gorgeous robes made her way to bathe in the pool of lotus flowers. But at the edge of the river she stopped. What was that among the bulrushes? It was no lotus flower, but a strange-looking covered basket, and she ordered her maidens to bring it to her. The little ark was lifted out of the water and carried to the princess. There was surely something alive inside, and the princess was full of curiosity as she leaned down and lifted the cover to look in. Then she started back in amazement. The dearest little baby she had ever seen lay there, all rosy and fresh out of his sleep, gazing up at her with wide-open eyes. The maidens crowded round, and the sight of all those strange faces was more than the baby could bear. He puckered up his face and began to cry. The princess loved babies, and she had none of her own. That little wailing cry went to her heart. She guessed at once that this was one of the Hebrew babies which had been ordered to be destroyed, and she made up her mind that this beautiful boy should at least be saved. All this time Miriam had been watching from her hiding place close by, and, with anxious beating heart, she came forward now. Could she help the princess? She asked. Should she run and find some Hebrew woman who might look after the baby? Perhaps the princess guessed that the baby's mother would not be far off, and she must have smiled a little when a nurse was so quickly found. But she took no notice of that. "Take this child away," she said, when Jochebed stood humbly before her, "and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages." It was merely as a nurse that the mother was hired. The great princess meant to adopt the baby as her own. But he was safe, and Jochebed's heart was full of gratitude to God as she took her little son into her arms again. As long as he needed a nurse, the baby was left to be looked after by his mother in the little house by the riverside. The princess called him Moses, which means drawn out, because he had been drawn out of the water, and she had made up her mind that as soon as he was old enough, he should come to live with her at the palace and be brought up as a prince. He would be treated just as if he was really her son. But his poor mother had him for those first precious years while he was still a little boy, and she did not waste 1 minute of that time in her training of him. She taught him about God and told him all the wonderful stories about his own country, so that he should never forget that he belonged to God's people, even when he should become a prince in the Egyptian palace. Just as a gardener sows seeds in a garden which afterwards grow up into beautiful flowers, she sowed the seeds of truth in the heart of her little son, which long afterwards were to blossom out and bear such wonderful fruit. Then, when Moses was old enough to do without a nurse, she took him to the palace and brought him unto the Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. But deep down in his heart he never forgot his own people. It happened one day that he saw one of the Egyptian taskmasters treating one of the poor Israelite slaves with great cruelty, beating him most unmercifully with a long whip. This made Moses so angry that he rushed in to defend the slave, and dealt the taskmaster such a blow that it killed him. But instead of being grateful, the Israelites would not trust him, and began to whisper the tale of how he had killed the Egyptian, so that Moses was obliged to flee for his life, leaving behind all the riches and honours he had enjoyed so long. A very different kind of life began now for Moses. He journeyed far into the desert and joined company there with an Arab tribe, and wandered from place to place, feeding their flocks and living the life of a shepherd. But God had more difficult work for him to do than feeding sheep. And one day when he was in the desert, he saw a strange sight. A bush was growing there, and in the middle of the bush a fire was burning. And the strange thing was that although the fire kept burning fiercely, the bush was not burnt at all. It was the angel of the Lord that was in the midst of the fire, and as Moses drew near, God called him by his name, and told him that he was to go back and set his people free from the tyranny of Pharaoh and lead them into the promised land. At first, Moses said it was impossible for him to do this. His own people would not trust him, and he was no great speaker. He would certainly fail. But God bade him do his best, and Aaron his brother would speak for him, and above all, God would be his helper. So Moses returned to the land of Egypt, and boldly asked Pharaoh to allow the people to go and worship God. Time after time Pharaoh refused, although God sent dreadful plagues to warn him. At last, however, when the angel of death killed all the eldest sons of the Egyptians, Pharaoh was terrified, and said the people might go at once and take all their belongings with them. It was a great company of people that set out, and Moses the great leader guided them on their way. They had many adventures and braved many dangers and difficulties, but God was always their shield and defence. He delivered them by parting the waters of the Red Sea and allowing them to walk over dry shod when Pharaoh and his army were pursuing them. And when the pursuers tried to follow them, the waters rolled back, and the whole great army was swept away by the returning tide. Yet in spite of God's care and goodness towards them, these Israelites were often ungrateful, and complained bitterly when they suffered any want. And it was always Moses who they blamed. Moses was very patient with them, but once he was so angry that he was tempted to disobey God's direction, and as a punishment God told him that though he should see the promised land from afar, he would never enter it himself. There on the mountain top he stood, gazing into the far distance, where the land of Canaan, that fair land flowing with milk and honey, lay stretched out before him. Then he bowed his head to God's will. The murmuring people never saw their great leader again. He was not, for God took him. Ruth the Gleaner. Along the hot, dusty road that led from the country of Moab to the fair land of Judah, 3 women were walking with bowed heads and weary, halting steps. Their sorrowful, heavy eyes took no pleasure in the summer beauty of the harvest fields, the shimmering silver of the olive trees, and the rich promise of the vineyards which bordered their way. The whole world looked sad to them, seen through a mist of tears. There behind them, in the land of Moab, Each of these women had left green graves which held all they loved best. Naomi, the eldest, was perhaps the most desolate. Her thoughts went back to the time when she was as young and fair as the 2 daughters-in-law who walked at her side, when, with her husband and her 2 boys, she had trod that very road, seeking a home in a strange country to escape the famine which threatened them in her own land. Now she was returning to her native town Bethlehem, a childless, lonely widow. The younger women, who were the wives of those 2 dead sons, were very sorrowful too, but for them there might yet be happiness in the world. They still had near and dear relatives and many friends in Moab, which was their native land. They had come far enough now, and it was time for them to return. "Turn again, my daughters," said Naomi, "and go your way." Their homes lay behind, and she must journey on alone to the little hill town which she had not seen for so many long years. They had kindly come so far to see her on her way, but they must come no further. So the little party halted, and one of the young women, weeping bitterly, kissed her mother-in-law and turned to go back. But the other one, whose name was Ruth, clung to Naomi and would not leave her. In vain the elder woman urged her to return and pointed out that Orpah had gone, that home and friends and happiness awaited her there, while in front was only poverty and loneliness. Ruth only clung the closer as she sobbed out her tender, loving words. "Entreat me not to leave thee," she said, "or to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me." The tender words brought comfort to the heart of Naomi, as soft rain brings refreshment to the hard, dry earth. After all, she was not quite alone. She still had some one to love and care for. So, together they journeyed on again, and at last came to the winding road which led up to the town of Bethlehem, nestling like a white bird upon the long ridge of hills. Naomi knew every step of the way. It seemed almost like a dream to tread on more that winding road, to pass through the city gates and find her way to the little house she knew so well. Although she had been gone so many years, there were still people who remembered her, and these came running out to greet her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked wonderingly. They could scarcely believe that this sad, broken-down woman could be the pleasant-faced, happy girl who had gone away with her husband and boys in the year of the great famine. But as they listened to her story, they did not wonder that she seemed so old and talked so bitterly. It made them look very kindly upon the beautiful girl who kept so close to her mother-in-law, who had given up everything rather than leave her alone. Naomi had been quite right when she had told Ruth that poverty lay before them. She had come back quite empty-handed, and it was necessary to find some work at once which would at least provide them with daily bread. Ruth, looking out over the fields where already the barley was being cut, made up her mind to go and work there. The poor were always allowed to follow the reapers and glean the stray ears of corn that fell unnoticed. She might at least gather enough to feed her mother-in-law and herself. Very happily then, Ruth set out and found her way into the harvest field, which belonged to a rich man called Boaz. The reapers treated her kindly when she timidly asked for permission to glean there, and when the master arrived to see how the harvest went, he too noticed her at once, for she was very beautiful. "Whose damsel is this?" he asked. There were many people ready to tell him her name, and also to tell him how she had left her land and her people to come with Naomi, her mother-in-law. The story had been repeated all through the town. Boaz listened with interest. Naomi was his kinswoman, and it was only right that he should help her. He would begin by helping the sweet-faced daughter-in-law who had chanced to come gleaning upon his land. So he went and spoke very kindly to the beautiful Ruth, and told her to come every day to his harvest field and share the reapers' food, and he would see that no one troubled her. He even told the reapers to let some handfuls of corn fall in her way on purpose, so that there might be plenty for her to glean. So each day Ruth went back and worked in the harvest fields, and each day as Boaz watched her, he grew to love the gentle, loving-hearted woman more and more. And when at last the harvest days were over, he went to Naomi and asked that Ruth might become his wife. There was no more poverty or hard work for Ruth or Naomi, no anxious days of wondering how long their flour and oil would last. Boaz was very rich, and nothing was too good for his fair young wife, whom he had first seen humbly gleaning in his harvest field. Happiness, too, began to steal back into the life of Naomi. Winter and spring passed, and when harvest time came round once more, all the sorrow and bitterness had faded from her heart, for God sent a little child to comfort her. A baby son was born to Ruth, and the whole world seemed full of sunshine and happiness as she laid him in his grandmother's arms, and the two loving hearts rejoiced in their happiness, just as they had clung together in their sorrow. Of course, they dreamed many happy dreams over the little downy head, and planned a splendid future for the baby, as all mothers and grandmothers will do. But even their dreams never touched the golden reality, for they did not know that he was to be the grandfather of King David, that in this same little town of Bethlehem there was to be born of his line a greater king yet, the King of Heaven. Samuel, the little server. It was some years after Ruth's son had been born in Bethlehem that another mother was made glad by the precious gift of a little son. This mother's name was Hannah, and her baby was a special joy to her because she had so longed to have a son and had prayed so earnestly to God for this great gift. There was no doubt about the baby's name. He was called Samuel, which means God has heard. For had God not listened to his mother's prayers and given her her heart's desire? Hannah held her baby close in her arms. He was her very own, and yet he belonged also to God. She had promised, if her prayer was heard, that she would lend him to God, to serve him in his holy temple. Only for a little while could she keep the baby all to herself. The months passed, and then the years, and Samuel grew old enough to run about and take care of himself, needing no longer to be carried in his mother's arms. Then the time came that she should take him to Eli, the priest of God, and leave him to be brought up in the temple and taught to be a servant of God. Perhaps at first Samuel cried for his mother, for he was only a very little boy, and must have felt strange and lonely without her. But he very soon grew happy again, and learnt to love the old priest and the new life. It was his mother who suffered most. She missed him so sorely, and mothers do not forget as quickly as children do. But although she had lent him to God, he was still hers too, and every year she went back to see him. And through the long months in between, her fingers were busy making him a little coat of beautiful blue stuff, sewed with a border of exquisite embroidery, blue and purple and scarlet, that was like a wreath of pomegranates. Just as certain as his birthday came round, his mother came and brought with her his little coat. And as he grew bigger every year, the coat was bigger too. Now, as soon as Samuel was old enough, he went with Eli the old priest into God's house to learn how to help in God's service. Just as we sometimes see now a very little boy helping the priest at God's altar, so Samuel was like a little server as he helped Eli, and he too wore a linen surplice, or ephod as it was called. Although he was such a little boy, Samuel already showed that he was straightforward, brave and obedient, a boy who could be trusted. He did his work faithfully, and when Eli began to grow feeble and his sight became dim, the little server was ready with his clear sight and eager footsteps to be both eyes and feet to the old priest. But besides growing old and feeble, Eli was also growing more and more unhappy day by day. His two sons were wicked and disobedient, and, what was worse, they were teaching God's people to be wicked too. Eli would not punish them as they deserved, so, at last, the time came when God took the punishment into his own hands. Only he would warn Eli beforehand, for the old priest was his servant. So one night God's message came, spoken by God's own voice, spoken not to the great priest, but to the humble little server. It was evening time. All the work of the day was over, and Eli had gone to rest. The lamp in the temple was burning dimly, sometimes flickering as if it would go out altogether and leave the holy place in darkness. Samuel, tired with his day's service, was fast asleep when suddenly he woke up, startled and attentive. Someone had called his name. Samuel, Samuel. "Here I am," answered the boy at once. Perhaps the old priest was ill and wanted him. Hastily Samuel slipped out of bed and ran to Eli. But the old man was lying there quite calmly, and when Samuel asked why he had called, he answered quietly, "I called not. Lie down again." It was very strange, but perhaps he had been dreaming, so Samuel went back and crept into bed, and very soon was once more fast asleep. Then again the voice came, "Samuel." This time Samuel was sure it was no dream, and he ran to Eli and cried to him, "Here I am, for thou didst call me." "I called not, my son," said Eli. "Lie down again." But when it happened a third time, and the little white figure stood by the priest's bed declaring positively, "Thou didst call me," Eli suddenly realized that perhaps it was God whose voice the boy had heard. "Go, lie down," he said gently to the bewildered child, "and it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth." One great lesson that Samuel had learnt, and that was to do exactly what he was told, never questioning. So now he went back to bed without another word. Did Eli mean that it was the Lord who had called him? The great God who was so wonderful, whose ark was in the holy place behind the veil of blue and purple and scarlet, guarded by the cherubim? He had only seemed like a far-off name to Samuel. Could it really be God's own voice that had called Samuel? If that was so, then the great unknown God must all the time have known the little servant in his house. Then again the voice sounded, "Samuel, Samuel." This time Samuel was listening with all his might, and obediently his answer rang out fearlessly and clearly, "Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth." God knew that his little servant was fit to be trusted with a message, although it was a terrible one, and he told Samuel that a dreadful punishment was to fall upon the old priest Eli and his wicked sons, and so awful would it be that even the ears of the people who heard about it should tingle. There was no more sleep for Samuel that night. God's voice rang in his ears. His heart was filled with the thought that Eli would ask him what God had said, and he would have to tell him that dreadful message. At last the morning light began to steal in, and it was time to open the doors of God's house. The little server, in his linen ephod, was at his post as usual, but today his shining morning face was clouded and troubled, and there must have been a look of awe in his clear eyes. The call he dreaded came all too soon, and for the first time the sound of Eli's voice was unwelcome in his ears. "Samuel, my son," called the old man. Immediately Samuel went and stood at his side. "Here I am," he said. "What is it that the Lord hath said unto thee?" asked Eli. His eyes were very dim, but he felt sure that the boy had a troubled and fearful look. "I pray thee hide it not from me. God do so to thee, and more also, if thou hide anything from me of all the things that he said unto thee." The very worst must be told, and Samuel knew he must hide nothing now. He repeated God's message word for word, and Eli bowed his head as he listened. The poor old priest had been a weak father, but he was a faithful servant and knew that God was just. "It is the Lord," he said. "Let him do what seemeth him good." From that day all things were different to Samuel, and year by year, as he grew older, he learned more and more to love and serve the God who had spoken to him and trusted him. So also as the years went by, the people who worshipped at the temple began to know that the little child who had been such a faithful server, was chosen for a post of great honour, that he had been called indeed to be a prophet of the Lord. End of The Babe in the Bulrushes by Amy Steedman. Read by Adam Riley. wordofadam.com.
The Frog Queen, a Russian folk tale, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Once upon a time, a king and queen lived in a certain kingdom, in a certain realm, beyond blue seas, beyond high mountains. Long had the king lived in the wide world, and as he lived he grew old, and to aid him he had 3 sons, 3 princes, all young men, and so gallant that neither tongue could describe, nor pen depict them. They used to go flying about the whole day long on their splendid steeds like bright hawks through the air. All 3 brothers were handsome and brave, but the best of them, the finest of them, was the youngest brother, and his name was Prince Ivan. One day the king called his sons to him and said, "My dear children, you are now grown up. It is time for you to think of getting married. You shall have wives, and I daughters-in-law. Let each choose a well-tempered arrow, and go down into the forbidden meadow. Bend your stiff bows, and shoot your arrows, and into whatever courtyard your arrows fall, there will you find your brides." The oldest brother shot his arrow, and it fell into the yard of a rich noble, right over against the room occupied by the daughter of the house. The second son shot his arrow, and it flew into the courtyard of a rich merchant, and remained sticking in the red stairway, and on the stairway stood the merchant's daughter. Prince Ivan shot his arrow. It soared high, it fell out of sight, and though he hunted for it long, he could not find it. So his heart grew heavy, and he was sad. For 2 whole days he wandered over the meadows and through the forests. But on the 3rd day he made his way into a miry swamp, and he saw there a frog, and the frog had his arrow. Prince Ivan was on the point of running away and leaving his arrow, but the frog cried out, "Kwa! Kwa! Prince Ivan! Come to me and take your arrow, else you will never escape from the bog." There was no choice. Prince Ivan took the frog, put her in the folds of his coat, and wended his way home. He went to his father and said, "How can I marry a frog? A frog isn't my equal." "There, there," exclaimed the king, "this is only your fortune." Prince Ivan was very sad, and he shed many tears, but you see there is no resisting one's fate. So the young princes were provided with wives. The oldest had the noble's daughter, the second had the merchant's daughter, while the youngest had to take for his wife the little frog, and he kept her in a dish after they were married, and so they lived for some time. But one day the king summoned his sons and gave them this order: "Let your wives bake for my breakfast tomorrow some fresh white bread." Prince Ivan went home to his palace in no happy frame of mind, and his proud head hung down below his shoulders. "Kwa! Kwa! Prince Ivan, why so troubled?" asked his frog. "Did you hear a disagreeable word from your father?" "How can I help being troubled? The sovereign, my father, has commanded that you furnish him with some fresh white bread for tomorrow." "Do not be distressed, Prince Ivan. Do not disturb yourself for nothing, but go to bed. Morning is cleverer than evening." She got the prince off to sleep, and then she laid aside her frog-skin. In her place stood the Soul Maiden, Vasilisa the All-Wise, and so beautiful that neither tongue could describe, nor pen depict her. She went to the stairway and called out in a loud voice, "Maidies, maidies, come get the materials and make some fresh white bread, such as I used to eat when I lived in my own father's house." In the morning Prince Ivan woke up and found that the Frog had the bread all ready for him, and such fine bread as could not be imagined or conceived, but only described in a story. The loaf was adorned with different kinds of devices. On the sides were to be seen the king's cities and the gates. Prince Ivan took the bread and carried it to his father, who had just received the loaves from the older brothers. Their wives had put them into the oven, and so they came out mere lumps of dough. First the king took the oldest son's loaf, glanced at it, and sent it to the kitchen. Then he took the second son's bread, and sent it there also. When it came Prince Ivan's turn, he presented his bread. His father took it, looked at it, and exclaimed, "Here is a bread to eat on Easter, not half dough like that of my other daughters-in-law." Again the king gave this order to his 3 sons: "Let your wives make me a shirt in one night." Prince Ivan went home in no happy frame of mind. His proud head hung down below his shoulders. "Kwa! Kwa! Prince Ivan, why are you so troubled?" asked his Frog. "Can you have heard some sharp disagreeable word from your father?" Prince Ivan replied, "How can I help being troubled? The sovereign, my father, has ordered me to provide him a new shirt in a single night." "Do not be distressed, Prince Ivan. Do not disturb yourself for nothing. Morning is cleverer than evening." She got the prince off to sleep, and then she laid aside her frog-skin and once more became the Soul Maiden Vasilisa the All-Wise, and so beautiful that neither tongue could describe nor pen depict her beauty. She went to the stairway and called out in a loud voice, "Maidies, maidies, come and get the material and embroider a shirt such as my own father used to have made for him." No sooner said than done. In the morning when Prince Ivan woke up, his Frog had the shirt all ready, and such a wonderful shirt as could not be imagined or conceived, but only described in a story. It was decorated with gold and silver and clever designs. Prince Ivan took the shirt and carried it to his father. The king took it and looked at it. "Well, now this is a shirt to wear on Easter Sunday." The second brother brought his shirt when the king said, "I'd only go to the bath in that." But when he took the elder brother's shirt, he said, "Take it to the kitchen." The king's sons departed, and the 2 elder ones said to each other, "It is plain we mustn't laugh at Prince Ivan's wife. She is not a frog, but some kind of a witch." Again the king gave orders that all his 3 sons should appear at a ball with their wives. Prince Ivan went home to his palace in no happy frame of mind. His proud head hung down below his shoulders. His Frog asked him, "Kwa! Kwa! Prince Ivan, why so troubled? Did you hear a discourteous word from your father?" Prince Ivan replied, "How can I help being troubled? The sovereign, my father, has commanded that I come with you to a ball at his palace. How can I show you to people?" "Don't be distressed, Prince. Go alone and mingle with the guests, and I will follow after. When you hear a knocking and a commotion, say, 'That is my Froggy come in her little box.'" Well, then, the elder brothers went to the ball with their wives, in their very best clothes and all their ornaments, and they stood around and made sport of Prince Ivan. "How is it with you, brother? Did you come without your wife? Or did you bring her in your handkerchief? And where did you find such a beauty? Say, did you search through all the bogs?" Suddenly a great knocking and commotion was heard. The whole palace shook. The guests were frightened to death. They jumped from their places and did not know what to do. But Prince Ivan said, "Don't be afraid, friends. That is my Froggy come in her little box." Up to the king's front steps came flying a golden coach, drawn by 6 horses, and out of it stepped Vasilisa the All-Wise, so beautiful that she could not be imagined or conceived, nor even described in a story. She took Prince Ivan by the hand and led him behind the oaken tables, behind the checked linen tablecloths. The guests began to eat, drink, and be merry. Vasilisa the All-Wise drank from a glass and poured the dregs up her left sleeve. She ate some swan flesh and thrust some of the bones up her right sleeve. The wives of the two elder princes marvelled at her cleverness, and lo! they had to do the same thing. Afterwards, when Vasilisa the All-Wise went out to dance with Prince Ivan, she shook her left sleeve. A lake was formed. She shook her right sleeve, and over the water flew white swans. The king and the guests were mightily astonished. Now the two elder daughters-in-law started to dance. They shook their left sleeves. All they succeeded in doing was to sputter the other guests. They shook their right sleeves. A bone flew out and hit the king directly in the eye. The king was angry and sent them home in disgrace. Meantime Prince Ivan seized his opportunity, ran home, found the frog skin, and burnt it up in a great fire. When Vasilisa the All-Wise came and discovered that her frog skin was gone, she grew sad and said to the prince, "Oh, Prince Ivan, what have you done? If you had only waited a little, I should have been yours forever. But now, good-bye. You will find me beyond the thrice 9 lands, in the 30th kingdom, at the ends of the earth, with Koshchei the Deathless." So saying, she turned into a white swan and flew out of the window. Prince Ivan wept bitterly, but you see, there was no help for it. For a whole year Prince Ivan longed for his wife. The next year he made up his mind, asked his father's permission and his mother's blessing, said his prayers to God, bowing to all 4 sides, and started forth whither eyes look. He travelled far and near, he wandered up and down. At last he chanced to fall in with a little old man, who accosted him. "Your health, my dear lad! And what are you seeking for, and whither are you going?" The prince told him about his misfortune. "Eh, Prince Ivan, why did you burn up the frog skin? You didn't have to put it on, and you didn't have to take it off. Vasilisa the All-Wise was born cleverer and keener-witted than her father. That was why he was angry with her and commanded her to be a frog for 3 years. Here is a little ball for you. Wherever it rolls, follow it boldly." Prince Ivan thanked the old man and started after the little ball. He went along an open field and met with a bear. "Hold on," said he, "I will kill the beast." But the bear said to him, "Do not kill me, Prince Ivan. I may be useful to you some time." So he went farther, and lo! a wild drake flew up. The prince aimed his arrow at him and was going to shoot the bird, when suddenly he said in a human voice, "Do not kill me, Prince Ivan. Even I may be of use to you." He heeded his request and went on his way. A squint-eyed hare ran out. The prince was again about to shoot his bow at him, but the hare said in a human voice, "Do not kill me, Prince Ivan. Even I may be useful to you." Prince Ivan heeded his request and went on his way, till at last he came to the blue sea, and there he saw a sturgeon gasping on the beach. "Ah, Prince Ivan," besought the sturgeon, "have pity on me and put me back into the sea." He threw her into the sea and then proceeded along the shore. As he went and went, the little ball rolled up to a small hut, which stood on a hen's legs and turned round and round. Prince Ivan said, "Little hut, stand as you used to, with your face to me and your back to the sea." The little hut turned round with its back to the sea and faced him. Prince Ivan went in and saw on the stove, on the thrice 9th brick, the Baba Yaga lying with her nose through the ceiling and grinding her teeth. "Hello, you young man! Why have you come to me?" demanded the Baba Yaga of Prince Ivan. "Oh, you old hag," he replied boldly, "you had better first give me something to eat and drink, and a good warm bath, before you ask questions of this young man." The Baba Yaga gave him food and drink and a warm bath, and then the prince told her that he was going in search of his wife, Vasilisa the All-Wise. "Oh, I know," exclaimed the Baba Yaga. She is now with Koshchei the Deathless. It is hard to reach her. It is not easy to overcome the Immortal One. His death is on the end of a needle. The needle is in an egg. The egg is in a duck. The duck is in a hare. The hare is in a box. The box stands on a tall oak, and the tree is guarded by Koshchei like the apple of his eye. The Baba Yaga showed him in what place that oak was growing. Prince Ivan went there and did not know what he should do or how to reach the box. Suddenly, coming from somewhere, appeared a bear, and he uprooted the tree. The box fell out and broke to pieces. The hare ran out of the box and scampered away with all its might and main. But behold! A second hare darted after it, overtook it, and tore it into bits. Out of the hare flew a duck and went high, high into the air. She flew away, but behind her, in full pursuit, darted a drake, and as soon as he overtook her, the duck dropped an egg, and the egg fell into the sea. Prince Ivan, seeing misfortune, wept bitter tears, but suddenly a sturgeon swam up to the shore, holding the egg in her teeth. Prince Ivan took it, broke it, took out the needle, and broke off the point. How Koshchei struggled, and how he struck out in all directions, but he had to die. Prince Ivan went to Koshchei's house, took Vasilisa the All-Wise, and went home. After this they lived together and were happy ever after. End of The Frog Queen, a Russian folk tale translated by Nathan Haskell Dole.
Captain Boldheart and the Latin Grammar Master. A holiday romance from the pen of Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth, aged 9, by Charles Dickens. Read by Linda Ciano. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forward. The story contained herein was written by Charles Dickens in 1867. It is the third of 4 stories entitled Holiday Romance, and was published originally in a children's magazine in America. It purports to be written by a child aged 9. It was republished in England in All the Year Round in 1868. For this and 4 other Christmas pieces, Dickens received £1,000. Holiday Romance was published in book form by Messrs. Chapman and Hall in 1874, with Edwin Drood and other stories. For this reprint, the text of the story as it appeared in All the Year Round has been followed. Captain Boldheart and the Latin Grammar Master. The subject of our present narrative would appear to have devoted himself to the pirate profession at a comparatively early age. We find him in command of a splendid schooner of 100 guns, loaded to the muzzle, ere yet he had had a party in honour of his 10th birthday. It seems that our hero, considering himself spited by a Latin grammar master, demanded the satisfaction due from one man of honour to another. Not getting it, he privately withdrew his haughty spirit from such low company, bought a second-hand pocket pistol, folded up some sandwiches in a paper bag, made a bottle of Spanish licorice water, and entered on a career of valour. It were tedious to follow Boldheart, for such was his name, through the commencing stages of his history. Suffice it that we find him bearing the rank of Captain Boldheart, reclining in full uniform on a crimson hearthrug spread out upon the quarter-deck of his schooner the Beauty, in the China Seas. It was a lovely evening, and as his crew lay grouped about him, he favoured them with the following melody.
O landsmen are folly, O pirates are jolly, O diddle-dee-dum dolly, O dee, heave-yo. The soothing effect of these animated sounds floating over the waters, as the common sailors united their rough voices to take up the rich tones of Boldheart, may be more easily conceived than described. It was under these circumstances that the lookout at the masthead gave the word, "Whales!" All was now activity. "Where away?" cried Captain Boldheart, starting up. "On the larboard bow, sir," replied the fellow at the masthead, touching his hat. For such was the height of discipline on board the Beauty, that even at that height he was obliged to mind it, or be shot through the head. "This adventure belongs to me," said Boldheart. "Boy, my harpoon! Let no man follow." And, leaping alone into his boat, the captain rowed with admirable dexterity in the direction of the monster. All was now excitement. "He nears him," said an elderly seaman, following the captain through his spyglass. "He strikes him," said another seaman, a mere stripling, but also with a spyglass. "He tows him towards us," said another seaman, a man in the full vigour of life, but also with a spyglass. In fact, the captain was seen approaching, with the huge bulk following. We will not dwell on the deafening cries of "Boldheart! Boldheart!" with which he was received, when, carelessly leaping on the quarter-deck, he presented his prize to his men. They afterwards made £2,417 10 and 6d. by it. Ordering the sails to be braced up, the captain now stood west-northwest. The Beauty flew rather than floated over the dark blue waters. Nothing particular occurred for a fortnight, except taking, with considerable slaughter, 4 Spanish galleons and a snow from South America, all richly laden. Inaction began to tell upon the spirits of the men. Captain Boldheart called all hands aft, and said, "My lads, I hear there are discontented ones among ye. Let any such stand forth." After some murmuring, in which the expressions "Aye, aye, sir," "Union Jack," "Avast," "Starboard," "Port," "Bowsprit," and similar indications of a mutinous undercurrent, though subdued, were audible, Bill Boozey, captain of the foretop, came out from the rest. His form was that of a giant, but he quailed under the captain's eye. "What are your wrongs?" said the captain. "Why, d'ye see, Captain Boldheart," replied the towering mariner, "I've sailed, man and boy, for many a year, but I never yet knowed the milk served out for the ship's company's tea to be so sour as 'tis aboard this craft." At this moment the thrilling cry, "Man overboard!" announced to the astonished crew that Boozey, in stepping back, as the captain in mere thoughtfulness laid his hand upon the faithful pocket pistol which he wore in his belt, had lost his balance, and was struggling with the foaming tide. All was now stupefaction. But with Captain Boldheart, to throw off his uniform coat, regardless of the various rich orders with which it was decorated, and to plunge into the sea after the drowning giant, was the work of a moment. Maddening was the excitement when boats were lowered; intense the joy when the captain was seen holding up the drowning man with his teeth; deafening the cheering when both were restored to the main deck of the Beauty. And from the instant of his changing his wet clothes for dry ones, Captain Boldheart had no such devoted though humble friend as William Boozey. Boldheart now pointed to the horizon, and called the attention of his crew to the taper spars of a ship
lying snug in harbour under the guns of a fort. "She shall be ours at sunrise," said he. "Serve out a double allowance of grog, and prepare for action." All was now preparation. When morning dawned after a sleepless night, it was seen that the stranger was crowding on all sail to come out of the harbour and offer battle. As the two ships came nearer to each other, the stranger fired a gun and hoisted Roman colours. Boldheart then perceived her to be the Latin grammar master's bark. Such indeed she was, and had been tacking about the world in unavailing pursuit from the time of his first taking to a roving life. Boldheart now addressed his men, promising to blow them up if he should feel convinced that their reputation required it, and giving orders that the Latin grammar master should be taken alive. He then dismissed them to their quarters, and the fight began with a broadside from the Beauty. She then veered round and poured in another. The Scorpion, so was the bark of the Latin grammar master appropriately called, was not slow to return her fire, and a terrific cannonading ensued, in which the guns of the Beauty did tremendous execution. The Latin grammar master was seen upon the poop, in the midst of the smoke and fire, encouraging his men. To do him justice, he was no craven, though his white hat, his short grey trousers, and his long snuff-coloured surtout reaching to his heels, the self-same coat in which he had spited Boldheart, contrasted most unfavourably with the brilliant uniform of the latter. At this moment Boldheart, seizing a pike and putting himself at the head of his men, gave the word to board. A desperate conflict ensued in the hammock nettings, or somewhere in about that direction, until the Latin grammar master, having all his masts gone, his hull and rigging shot through and through, and, seeing Boldheart slashing a path towards him, hauled down his flag himself, gave up his sword to Boldheart, and asked for quarter. Scarce had he been put into the captain's boat ere the Scorpion went down with all on board. On Captain Boldheart's now assembling his men, a circumstance occurred. He found it necessary with one blow of his cutlass to kill the cook, who, having lost his brother in the late action, was making at the Latin grammar master in an infuriated state, intent on his destruction with a carving knife. Captain Boldheart then turned to the Latin grammar master, severely reproaching him with his perfidy, and put it to his crew what they considered that a master who spited a boy deserved. They answered with one voice, "Death!" "It may be so," said the captain, "but it shall never be said that Boldheart stained his hour of triumph with the blood of his enemy. Prepare the cutter." The cutter was immediately prepared. "Without taking your life," said the captain, "I must yet for ever deprive you of the power of spiting other boys. I shall turn you adrift in this boat. You will find in her 2 oars, a compass, a bottle of rum, a small cask of water, a piece of pork, a bag of biscuit, and my Latin grammar. Go and spite the natives, if you can find any." Deeply conscious of this bitter sarcasm, the unhappy wretch was put into the cutter, and was soon left far behind. He made no effort to row, but was seen lying on his back with his legs up, when last made out by the ship's telescopes. A stiff breeze now beginning to blow, Captain Boldheart gave orders to keep her south-south-west, easing her a little during the night by falling off a point or two west by west, or even by west-south, if she complained much. He then retired for the night, having in truth much need of repose. In addition to the fatigues he had undergone, this brave officer had received 16 wounds in the engagement, but had not mentioned it. In the morning a white squall came on, and was succeeded by other squalls of various colours. It thundered and lightninged heavily for 6 weeks. Hurricanes then set in for 2 months. Waterspouts and tornadoes followed. The oldest sailor on board, and he was a very old one, had never seen such weather. The Beauty lost all idea where she was, and the carpenter reported 6 feet 2 of water in the hold. Everybody fell senseless at the pumps every day. Provisions now ran very low. Our hero put the crew on short allowance, and put himself on shorter allowance than any man in the ship. But his spirit kept him fat. In this extremity, the gratitude of Boozy, the captain of the foretop, whom our readers may remember, was truly affecting. The loving though lowly William repeatedly requested to be killed, and preserved for the captain's table. We now approach a change in affairs. One day, during a gleam of sunshine, and when the weather had moderated, the man at the masthead, too weak now to touch his hat, besides its having been blown away, called out, "Savages!" All was now expectation. Presently 1,500 canoes, each paddled by 20 savages, were seen advancing in excellent order. They were a light green colour, the savages were, and sang with great energy the following strain: "Chew-a-chew-a-chew, tooth, munch, munch, nicey. Chew-a-chew-a-chew, tooth, munch, munch, nicey." As the shades of night were by this time closing in, these expressions were supposed to embody this simple people's view of the evening hymn. But it too soon appeared that the song was a translation of "For what we are going to receive," etc. The chief, imposingly decorated with feathers of lively colours, and having the majestic appearance of a fighting parrot, no sooner understood (he understood English perfectly) that the ship was the Beauty, Captain Boldheart, than he fell upon his face on the deck, and could not be persuaded to rise until the captain had lifted him up and told him he wouldn't hurt him. All the rest of the savages also fell on their faces with marks of terror, and had also to be lifted up one by one. Thus the fame of the great Boldheart had gone before him, even among these children of nature. Turtles and oysters were now produced in astonishing numbers, and on these and yams the people made a hearty meal. After dinner the chief told Captain Boldheart that there was better feeding up at the village, and that he would be glad to take him and his officers there. Apprehensive of treachery, Boldheart ordered his boat's crew to attend him completely armed. And well were it for other commanders if their precautions—but let us not anticipate. When the canoes arrived at the beach, the darkness of the night was illuminated by the light of an immense fire. Ordering his boat's crew, with the intrepid though illiterate William at their head, to keep close and be upon their guard, Boldheart bravely went on, arm in arm with the chief. But how to depict the captain's surprise when he found a ring of savages singing in chorus that barbarous translation of "For what we are going to receive," etc., which has been given above, and dancing hand in hand round the Latin grammar master, in a hamper with his head shaved, while 2 savages floured him before putting him to the fire to be cooked. Boldheart now took counsel with his officers on the course to be adopted. In the meantime the miserable captive never ceased begging pardon and imploring to be delivered. On the generous Boldheart's proposal, it was at length resolved that he should not be cooked, but should be allowed to remain raw on 2 conditions, namely, number 1, that he should never, under any circumstances, presume to teach any boy anything any more. Number 2, that, if taken back to England, he should pass his life in travelling to find out boys who wanted their exercises done, and should do their exercises for those boys for nothing and never say a word about it. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Boldheart swore him to these conditions on its shining blade. The prisoner wept bitterly and appeared acutely to feel the errors of his past career. The captain then ordered his boat's crew to make ready for a volley, and after firing to reload quickly. "And expect a score or 2 on ye to go head over heels," murmured William Boozey, "for I'm a looking at ye." With those words the derisive though deadly William took a good aim. "Fire!" The ringing voice of Boldheart was lost in the report of the guns and the screeching of the savages. Volley after volley awakened the numerous echoes. Hundreds of savages were killed, hundreds wounded, and thousands ran howling into the woods. The Latin grammar master had a spare nightcap lent him, and a long tail coat which he wore hind side before. He presented a ludicrous though pitiable appearance, and serve him right. We now find Captain Boldheart, with this rescued wretch on board, standing off for other islands. At one of these, not a cannibal island, but a pork and vegetable one, he married, only in fun on his part, the king's daughter. Here he rested some time, receiving from the natives great quantities of precious stones, gold dust, elephants' teeth, and sandalwood, and getting very rich. This, too, though he almost every day made presents of enormous value to his men. The ship being at length as full as she could hold of all sorts of valuable things, Boldheart gave orders to weigh the anchor and turn the Beauty's head toward England. These orders were obeyed with 3 cheers, and ere the sun went down, full many a hornpipe had been danced on deck by the uncouth though agile William. We next find Captain Boldheart about 3 leagues off Madeira, surveying through his spy-glass a stranger of suspicious appearance making sail towards him. On his firing a gun ahead of her to bring her to, she ran up a flag, which he instantly recognized as the flag from the mast in the back garden at home. Inferring from this that his father had put to sea to seek his long-lost son, the captain sent his own boat on board the stranger to inquire if this was so, and if so, whether his father's intentions were strictly honourable. The boat came back with a present of greens and fresh meat, and reported that the stranger was the family of 1,200 tons, and had not only the captain's father on board, but also his mother, with the majority of his aunts and uncles, and all his cousins. It was further reported to Boldheart that the whole of these relations had expressed themselves in a becoming manner, and were anxious to embrace him, and thank him for the glorious credit he had done them. Boldheart at once invited them to breakfast next morning on board the Beauty, and gave orders for a brilliant ball that should last all day. It was in the course of the night that the captain discovered the hopelessness of reclaiming the Latin grammar master. That thankless traitor was found out as the two ships lay near each other, communicating with the family by signals, and offering to give up Boldheart. He was hanged at the yardarm the first thing in the morning, after having it impressively pointed out to him by Boldheart that this was what spiders came to. The meeting between the captain and his parents was attended with tears. His uncles and aunts would have attended their meeting with tears too, but he wasn't going to stand that. His cousins were very much astonished by the size of his ship and the discipline of his men, and were greatly overcome by the splendor of his uniform. He kindly conducted them round the vessel, and pointed out everything worthy of notice. He also fired his 100 guns, and found it amusing to witness their alarm. The entertainment surpassed everything ever seen on board ship, and lasted from 10 in the morning until 7 the next morning. Only one disagreeable incident occurred. Captain Boldheart found himself obliged to put his cousin Tom in irons for being disrespectful. On the boy's promising amendment, however, he was humanely released after a few hours' close confinement. Boldheart now took his mother down into the great cabin, and asked after the young lady with whom, it was well known to the world, he was in love. His mother replied that the object of his affections was then at school at Margate, for the benefit of sea-bathing. It was the month of September. But that she feared the young lady's friends were still opposed to the union. Boldheart at once resolved, if necessary, to bombard the town. Taking the command of his ship with this intention, and putting all but fighting men on board the Family, with orders to that vessel to keep in company, Boldheart soon anchored in Margate Roads. Here he went ashore, well armed, and attended by his boat's crew, at their head the faithful though ferocious William, and demanded to see the Mayor, who came out of his office. "Dost know the name of yon ship, Mayor?" asked Boldheart fiercely. "No," said the Mayor, rubbing his eyes, which he could scarce believe when he saw the goodly vessel riding at anchor. "She is named the Beauty," said the captain. "Ha!" exclaimed the Mayor with a start. "And you, then, are Captain Boldheart?" "The same." A pause ensued. The Mayor trembled. "Now, Mayor," said the captain, "choose. Help me to my bride, or be bombarded." The Mayor begged for 2 hours' grace in which to make inquiries respecting the young lady. Boldheart accorded him but one, and during that one placed William Boozey sentry over him, with a drawn sword and instructions to accompany him wherever he went, and to run him through the body if he showed a sign of playing false. At the end of the hour the Mayor reappeared more dead than alive, closely waited on by Boozey, more alive than dead. "Captain," said the Mayor, "I have ascertained that the young lady is going to bathe. Even now she waits her turn for a machine. The tide is low, though rising. I, in one of our town boats, shall not be suspected. When she comes forth in her bathing dress into the shallow water from behind the hood of the machine, my boat shall intercept her and prevent her return. Do you the rest." "Mare," returned Captain Boldheart, "thou hast saved thy town." The captain then signalled his boat to take him off, and, steering her himself, ordered her crew to row towards the bathing ground, and there to rest upon their oars. All happened as had been arranged. His lovely bride came forth, the Mayor glided in behind her, she became confused and had floated out of her depth, when, with one skilful touch of the rudder and one quivering stroke from the boat's crew, her adoring Boldheart held her in his strong arms. There her shrieks of terror were changed to cries of joy. Before the beauty could get under way, the hoisting of all the flags in the town and harbour, and the ringing of all the bells, announced to the brave Boldheart that he had nothing to fear. He therefore determined to be married on the spot, and signalled for a clergyman and clerk, who came off promptly in a sailing boat named the Skylark. Another great entertainment was then given on board the Beauty, in the midst of which the Mayor was called out by a messenger. He returned with the news that Government had sent down to know whether Captain Boldheart, in acknowledgment of the great services he had done his country by being a pirate, would consent to be made a lieutenant colonel. For himself, he would have spurned the worthless boon, but his bride wished it, and he consented. Only one thing further happened before the good ship family was dismissed, with rich presents to all on board. It is painful to record, but such is human nature in some cousins, that Captain Boldheart's unmannerly cousin Tom was actually tied up to receive 3 dozen with a rope's end for cheekiness and making games, when Captain Boldheart's lady begged for him, and he was spared. The Beauty then refitted, and the captain and his bride departed for the Indian Ocean to enjoy themselves for evermore. Of Captain Boldheart and the Latin Grammar Master, by Charles Dickens. Read by Linda Ciano.
What $5 Paid by T.S. Arthur. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Harriot was sitting in his office one day when a lad entered and handed him a small slip of paper. It was a bill for $5, due to his shoemaker, a poor man who lived in the next square. "Tell Mr. Grant that I will settle this soon. It isn't just convenient today." The boy retired. Now, Mr. Harriot had a $5 bill in his pocket, but he felt as if he couldn't part with it. He didn't like to be entirely out of money. So, acting from this impulse, he had sent the boy away. Very still sat Mr. Harriot for the next 5 minutes, yet his thoughts were busy. He was not altogether satisfied with himself. The shoemaker was a poor man and needed his money as soon as earned. He was not unadvised of this fact. "I wish I had sent him the $5, said Mr. Harriot at length, half audibly. "He wants it worse than I do." He mused still further. "The fact is," he at length exclaimed, starting up, "it is Grant's money and not mine, and what is more, he shall have it." So saying, Harriot took up his hat and left his office. "Did you get the money, Charles?" said Grant as his boy entered the shop. There was a good deal of earnestness in the shoemaker's tones. "No, sir," replied the lad. "Didn't get the money?" "No, sir." "Wasn't Mr. Harriot in?" "Yes, sir.
but he said it wasn't convenient today." "Oh dear, I'm sorry," came from the shoemaker in a depressed voice. A woman was sitting in Grant's shop when the boy came in. She had now risen and was leaning on the counter. A look of disappointment was in her face. "It can't be helped, Mrs. Lee," said Grant. "I was sure of getting the money from him. He never disappointed me before. Call in tomorrow, and I will try and have it for you." The woman looked troubled as well as disappointed. Slowly she turned away and left the shop. A few minutes after her departure, Harriet came in, and after some words of apology, paid the bill. "Run and get this note changed into silver for me," said the shoemaker to his boy the moment his customer had departed. "Now," said he, so soon as the silver was placed in his hands, "take $2 to Mrs. Lee and 3 to Mr. Weaver across the street. Tell Mr. Weaver that I am obliged to him for having loaned me the money this morning, and sorry that I hadn't as much in the house when he sent for it an hour ago." "I wish I had it, Mrs. Elder, but I assure you I have not," said Mr. Weaver the tailor. "I paid out the last $1 just before you came in. But call in tomorrow and you shall have the money to a certainty." "But what am I to do today? I haven't a cent to bless myself with, and I owe so much at the grocer's where I deal that he won't trust me for anything more." The tailor looked troubled, and the woman lingered. Just at this moment the shoemaker's boy entered. "Here are the $3 Mr. Grant borrowed of you this morning," said the lad. "He says he's sorry he hadn't the money when you sent for it a while ago." How the faces of the tailor and his needlewoman brightened instantly, as if a gleam of sunshine had penetrated the room. "Here is just the money I owe you," said the former in a cheerful voice, and he handed the woman the $3 he had received. A moment after, and he was alone, but with the glad face of the poor woman whose need he had been able to supply distinct before him. Of the $3 received by the needlewoman, 2 went to the grocer, on account of her debt to him. $half was paid to an old and needy coloured woman who had earned it by scrubbing, and who was waiting for Mrs. Weaver's return from the tailor's to get her due, and thus be able to provide an evening's and a morning's meal for herself and children. The other $half was paid to the baker when he called towards evening to leave the accustomed loaf. Thus the poor needlewoman had been able to discharge 4 debts, and at the same time re-establish her credit with the grocer and the baker, from whom came the largest portion of the food consumed in her little family. And now let us follow Mrs. Lee. On her arrival at home empty-handed from her visit to the shoemaker, who owed her $2 for work, she found a young girl, in whose pale face were many marks of suffering and care, awaiting her return. The girl's countenance brightened as she came in, but there was no answering brightness in the countenance of Mrs. Lee, who immediately said, "I'm very sorry, Harriet, but Mr. Grant put me off until tomorrow. He said he hadn't $1 in the house." The girl's disappointment was very great, for the smile she had forced into life instantly faded and was succeeded by a look of deep distress. "Do you want the money very badly?" asked Mrs. Lee in a low, half-choked voice, for the sudden change in the girl's manner had affected her. "Oh, yes, ma'am, very badly. I left Mary wrapped up in my thick shawl and a blanket wound all around her feet to keep them warm, but she was coughing dreadfully from the cold air of the room." "Haven't you a fire?" asked Mrs. Lee in a quick, surprised tone. "We have no coal. It was to buy coal that I wanted the money." Mrs. Lee struck her hands together, and an expression of pain was about passing her lips when the door of the room opened and the shoemaker's boy came in. "Here are the $2. Mr. Grant sent them." "God bless Mr. Grant!" The exclamation from Mrs. Lee was involuntary. On the part of Harriet, to whom $1 was due, A gush of silent tears marked the effect this timely supply of money produced. She received her portion, and without trusting her voice with words, hurried away to supply the pressing want at home. A few doors from the residence of Mrs. Lee lived a man who, some months before, had become involved in trouble with an evil-disposed person, and had been forced to defend himself by means of the law. He had employed Mr. Harriot to do what was requisite in the case, for which service the charge was $5. The bill had been rendered a few days before, and the man, who was poor, felt very anxious to pay it. He had the money all made up to within $1. That dollar Mrs. Lee owed him, and she had promised to give it to him during this day. For hours he had waited, expecting her to come in, but now had nearly given her up. There was another little bill of $3 which had been sent in to him, and he had just concluded to go and pay that, when Mrs. Lee called with the balance of the money, $1, which he had received from the shoemaker Grant. Half an hour later, and the pocket-book of Mr. Harriot was no longer empty. His client had called and paid his bill. The $5 had come back to him. End of What $5 Paid by T.S. Arthur. Read by Jannie Meisberger.
The Fairy Who Judged Her Neighbours by Jean Ingelow. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was once a fairy who was a good fairy on the whole, but she had one very bad habit. She was too fond of finding fault with other people, and of taking for granted that everything must be wrong if it did not appear right to her. One day, when she had been talking very unkindly of some friends of hers, her mother said to her, "My child, I think if you knew a little more of the world, you would become more charitable. I would therefore advise you to set out on your travels. You will find plenty of food, for the cowslips are now in bloom, and they contain excellent honey. I need not be anxious about your lodging, for there is no place more delightful for sleeping in than an empty robin's nest when the young have flown. And if you want a new gown, you can sew 2 tulip leaves together, which will make you a very becoming dress, and one that I should be proud to see you in." The young fairy was pleased at this permission to set out on her travels, so she kissed her mother, and bade good-bye to her nurse, who gave her a little ball of spider's threads to sew with, and a beautiful little box made of the egg-shell of a wren to keep her best thimble in, and took leave of her, wishing her safe home again. The young fairy then flew away till she came to a large meadow, with a clear river flowing on one side of it, and some tall oak trees on the other. She sat down on a high branch in one of these oaks, and after her long flight was thinking of a nap, when happening to look down at her little feet, she observed that her shoes were growing shabby and faded. "Quite a disgrace, I declare," said she. "I must look for another pair. Perhaps 2 of the smallest flowers of that snapdragon which I see growing in the hedge would fit me. I think I should like a pair of yellow slippers." So she flew down, and after a little trouble she found 2 flowers which fitted her very neatly. And she was just going to return to the oak tree when she heard a deep sigh beneath her, and peeping out from her place among the hawthorn blossoms, she saw a fine young lark sitting in the long grass, and looking the picture of misery. "What is the matter with you, cousin?" asked the fairy. "Oh, I am so unhappy," replied the poor lark. "I want to build a nest, and I have got no wife." "Why don't you look for a wife, then?" said the fairy, laughing at him. "Do you expect one to come and look for you? Fly up and sing a beautiful song in the sky, and then perhaps some pretty hen will hear you, and perhaps if you tell her that you will help her to build a capital nest, and that you will sing to her all day long, she will consent to be your wife." "Oh, I don't like," said the Lark, "I don't like to fly up. I am so ugly. If I were a goldfinch and had yellow bars on my wings, or a robin and had red feathers on my breast, I should not mind the defect which now I am afraid to show. But I am only a poor brown lark, and I know I shall never get a wife." "I never heard of such an unreasonable bird," said the fairy. "You cannot expect to have everything." "Oh, but you don't know," proceeded the Lark, "that if I fly up, my feet will be seen, and no other bird has feet like mine. My claws are enough to frighten any one, they are so long. And yet I assure you, fairy, I am not a cruel bird." "Let me look at your claws," said the fairy. So the Lark lifted up one of his feet, which he had kept hidden in the long grass, lest any one should see it. "It looks certainly very fierce," said the fairy. "Your hind claw is at least an inch long, and all your toes have very dangerous looking points. Are you sure you never use them to fight with?" "No, never," said the Lark earnestly. "I never fought a battle in my life. But yet these claws grow longer and longer, and I am so ashamed of their being seen that I very often lie in the grass instead of going up to sing as I could wish." "I think if I were you I would pull them off," said the fairy. "That is easier said than done," answered the poor Lark. "I have often got them entangled in the grass, and I scrape them against the hard clods, but it's of no use. You cannot think how fast they stick." "Well, I'm sorry for you," observed the fairy, "but at the same time I cannot but see that, in spite of what you say, you must be a quarrelsome bird, or you would not have such long spurs." "That is just what I'm always afraid people will say," sighed the Lark. "For," proceeded the fairy, "nothing is given us to be of no use. You would not have wings unless you were to fly, nor a voice unless you were to sing, and so you would not have those dreadful spurs unless you were going to fight. If your spurs are not to fight with," continued the unkind fairy, "I should like to know what they are for." "I'm sure I don't know," said the Lark, lifting up his foot and looking at it. "Then you are not inclined to help me at all, fairy? I thought you might be willing to mention among my friends that I am not a quarrelsome bird, and that I should always take care not to hurt my wife and nestlings with my spurs." "Appearances are very much against you," answered the fairy, "and it is quite plain to me that those spurs are meant to scratch with. No, I cannot help you. Good morning." So the fairy withdrew to her oak bough, and the poor Lark sat moping in the grass, while the fairy watched him. "After all," she thought, "I am sorry he is such a quarrelsome fellow, for that he is such is fully proved by those long spurs." While she was so thinking, the grasshopper came chirping up to the Lark and tried to comfort him. "I have heard all that the fairy said to you," he observed, "and I really do not see that it need make you unhappy. I have known you some time, and have never seen you fight or look out of temper. Therefore I will spread a report that you are a very good-tempered bird, and that you are looking out for a wife." The Lark upon this thanked the grasshopper warmly. "At the same time," remarked the grasshopper, "I should be glad if you could tell me what is the use of those claws, because the question might be asked me, and I should not know what to answer." "Grasshopper," replied the Lark, "I cannot imagine what they are for. That is the real truth." "Well," said the kind grasshopper, "perhaps time will show." So he went away, and the Lark, delighted with his promise to speak well of him, flew up into the air, and the higher he went, the sweeter and the louder he sang. he was so happy, and he poured forth such delightful notes, so clear and thrilling, that the little ants who were carrying grains to their burrows stopped and put down their burdens to listen, and the doves ceased cooing, and the little field mice came and sat in the openings of their holes, and the fairy, who had just begun to doze, woke up delighted, and a pretty brown lark, who had been sitting under some great foxglove leaves, peeped out and exclaimed, "I never heard such a beautiful song in my life, never!" "It was sung by my friend the skylark," said the grasshopper, who just then happened to be on a leaf near her. "He is a very good-tempered bird, and he wants a wife." "Hush!" said the pretty brown lark, "I want to hear the end of that wonderful song." For just then the skylark, far up in the heaven, burst forth again, and sang better than ever, so well indeed that every creature in the field sat still to listen, and the little brown lark under the foxglove leaves held her breath, for she was afraid of losing a single note. "Well done, my friend!" exclaimed the grasshopper, when at length he came down panting and with tired wings. And then he told him how much his friend the brown lark, who lived by the foxglove, had been pleased with his song, and he took the poor skylark to see her. The skylark walked as carefully as he could, that she might not see his feet, and he thought he had never seen such a pretty bird in his life. But when she told him how much she loved music, he sprang up again into the blue sky as if he was not at all tired, and sang anew, clearer and sweeter than before. He was so glad to think that he could please her. He sang several songs, and the grasshopper did not fail to praise him, and say what a cheerful, kind bird he was. The consequence was, that when he asked the brown lark to overlook his spurs and be his wife, she said, "I will see about it, for I do not mind your spurs particularly." "I'm very glad of that," said the skylark. "I was afraid you would disapprove of them." "Not at all," she replied. "On the contrary, now I think of it, I should not have liked you to have short claws like other birds, but I cannot exactly say why, for they seem to be of no use in particular." This was very good news for the skylark, and he sang such delightful songs in consequence, that he very soon won his wife, and they built a delightful little nest in the grass, which made him so happy that he almost forgot to be sorry about his long spurs. The fairy, meanwhile, flew about from field to field, and I am sorry to say that she seldom went anywhere without saying something unkind or ill-natured, for, as I told you before, she was very hasty, and had a sad habit of judging her neighbours. She had been several days wandering about in search of adventures, when one afternoon she came back to the old oak tree, because she wanted a new pair of shoes, and there were none to be had so pretty as those made of the yellow snapdragon flower in the hedge hard by. While she was fitting on her shoes, she saw the lark's friend. "How do you do, grasshopper?" asked the fairy. "Thank you, I am very well and very happy," said the grasshopper. "People are always so kind to me." "Indeed," replied the fairy, "I wish I could say that they are always kind to me. How is that quarrelsome lark who found such a pretty brown mate the other day?" "He is not a quarrelsome bird, indeed," replied the grasshopper. "I wish you would not say that he is." "Oh, well, we need not quarrel about that," said the fairy, laughing. "I have seen the world, grasshopper, and I know a few things, depend upon it. Your friend the lark does not wear those long spurs for nothing." The grasshopper did not choose to contend with the fairy, who all this time was busily fitting yellow slippers to her tiny feet. When, however, she had found a pair to her mind, "Suppose you come and see the eggs that our pretty friend the lark has got in her nest. asked the Grasshopper. 3 pink eggs, spotted with brown. I am sure she will show them to you with pleasure." Off they set together. But what was their surprise to find the poor little brown lark sitting on them with rumpled feathers, drooping head, and trembling limbs. "Ah, my pretty eggs," said the lark as soon as she could speak. "I am so miserable about them. They will be trodden on. They will certainly be found." "What is the matter?" asked the Grasshopper. "Perhaps we can help you." "Dear Grasshopper," said the lark, "I have just heard the farmer and his son talking on the other side of the hedge, and the farmer said that to-morrow morning he should begin to cut this meadow." "That is a great pity," said the Grasshopper. "What a sad thing it was that you laid your eggs on the ground." "Larks always do," said the poor little brown bird, "and I did not know how to make a fine nest such as those in the hedges. Oh, my pretty eggs! My heart aches for them. I shall never hear my little nestlings chirp." So the poor lark moaned and lamented, and neither the Grasshopper nor the Fairy could do anything to help her. At last her mate dropped down from the white cloud where he had been singing, and when he saw her drooping, and the Grasshopper and the Fairy sitting silently before her, he inquired in a great fright what the matter was. So they told him, and at first he was very much shocked, but presently he lifted first one and then the other of his feet, and examined his long spurs. "He does not sympathize much with his poor mate," whispered the Fairy, but the Grasshopper took no notice of the speech. Still the lark looked at his spurs, and seemed to be very deep in thought. "If I had only laid my eggs on the other side of the hedge," sighed the poor mother, "among the corn, there would have been plenty of time to rear my birds before harvest time." "My dear," answered her mate, "don't be unhappy." And so saying, he hopped up to the eggs, and laying one foot upon the prettiest, he clasped it with his long spurs. Strange to say, it exactly fitted them. "Oh, my clever mate," replied the poor little mother, reviving, "do you think you can carry them away for me?" "To be sure I can," replied the lark, beginning slowly and carefully to hop on with the egg in his right foot. "Nothing more easy. I have often thought it was likely that our eggs would be disturbed in this meadow, but it never occurred to me till this moment that I could provide against this misfortune. I have often wondered what my spurs could be for, and now I see." So saying, he hopped gently on till he came to the hedge, and then got through it, still holding the egg, till he found a nice little hollow place in among the corn, and there he laid it, and came back for the others. "Hurrah!" cried the Grasshopper. "Lark spurs for ever!" The Fairy said nothing, but she felt heartily ashamed of herself. She sat looking on till the happy lark had carried the last of his eggs to a safe place, and had called his mate to come and sit on them. Then, when he sprang up into the sky again, exulting and rejoicing and singing to his mate that now he was quite happy because he knew what his long spurs were for, she stole gently away, saying to herself, "Well, I could not have believed such a thing. I thought he must be a quarrelsome bird, as his spurs were so long, but it appears that I was wrong after all." End of The Fairy Who Judged Her Neighbours, by Jean Ingelow. Read by NoelBadrian.
Juno's Wonderful Troubles, by E. Mueller. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Juno lived in a great park where there was a menagerie, and neither the park nor the menagerie could have done without Juno. Now, who do you think Juno was? She was a dear old black and brown dog, the best-natured dog in the world. And this was the reason they could not do without her in the park. A lioness died and left 2 little lion cubs with no one to take care of them. The poor little lions curled up in a corner of the cage and seemed as if they would die. Then the keeper of the menagerie brought Juno, and showed her the little lion cubs, and said, "Now, Juno, here are some puppies for you. Go and take care of them. That's a good dog." Juno's own puppies had just been given away, and she was feeling very badly about it, and was rather glad to take care of the 2 little lions. They were so pretty with their soft striped fur and yellow paws, that Juno soon loved them. She took the best care of them till they grew old enough to live by themselves. Many people used to come and stand near the big lion's cage, and laugh to see only a quiet old dog and 2 little bits of lion cubs shut in it. It was very pretty to see Juno playing with the cubs, and all the children who came to the park wanted first to see the doggie that nursed the lion puppies. But when they grew large enough, they were taken away from her and sold to different menageries far away, and poor Juno wondered what had become of her pretty adopted children. She looked for them all about the menagerie, and asked all the animals if they had seen her 2 pretty yellow-striped lion puppies. No one had seen them, and nearly everyone was sorry, and had something kind to say, for Juno was a favourite with many. To be sure, the wolf snarled at her, and said it served her right for thinking that she, a miserable tame dog, could bring up young lions. But Juno knew she had only done as she was told, so she did not mind the wolf. The monkeys cracked jokes and teased her, saying they guessed she would be given another family to take care of, sea lions most likely, and she would have to live in the water to keep them in order. This had not occurred to Juno before, and it made her quite uneasy. "It is not possible they would want me to nurse young sea lions," said she. "They are so rude and so very slippery, I could never make them mind me." "You may be thankful if you don't get those 2 young alligators in the other tank," said a gruff-voiced adjutant. "Good gracious!" exclaimed Juno. "You don't think it possible?" "Of course it is possible," said a pelican, stretching his neck through his cage bars. "You'll see what comes of being too obliging." "We all think you are a good creature, Juno," said a crane. "Indeed, I should willingly trust you with my young crane children. But really, if you will do everything that is asked of you, there's no knowing whose family you may have next." Juno went and laid down in a sunshiny place near the elephant's house, and thought over all these words. Very soon she grew sleepy, in spite of her anxiety, and was just dropping off into a doze, when she heard the keeper whistle for her. She ran to him, and found him in the hippopotamus's cage. "Juno," said he, "I guess you'll have to take charge of this young hippopotamus. The poor little fellow has lost his mother." "Dear, dear," sighed Juno, "I was afraid it would come to this. I'm thankful it isn't the young alligators." So Juno took charge of the young hippo. She called him Hippo for short, and only when he was naughty she called him Hippopotamus. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? But he was a great trial. He was awkward and clumsy, and not a bit like her graceful little lion puppies. Then he got sick, and she had to give him peppermint. His mouth was so large that she lost the spoon in it, and he swallowed, spoon and all, and was very ill afterward. But he grew up at last, and just as Juno had made up her mind not to take care of other people's families any more, the keeper came to her with 2 young giraffes, and told her she really must be a mother to the poor little scraps of misery, for their mother was gone, and they would die if they weren't cared for immediately. These were a dreadful trouble, and besides, they would keep trotting after her everywhere, till the pelican and the adjutant and the cranes nearly killed themselves laughing at her. Poor Juno felt worse and worse, till one day she heard the keeper say she certainly would have to take care of the young elephant. She felt that she could stand it no longer, and made up her mind to run away. So she said good-bye to all her friends, and ran to the wall of the park. There she gave a great jump, and waked up and found herself in the sunshiny grass near the elephant's house. "Oh, how glad I am!" said Juno. "What in the world has been the matter?" asked the elephant. "You've been kicking and growling in your sleep at a great rate. I've been watching you this long time." "Such dreadful dreams!" said Juno. "Lion puppies are all very well, but when it comes to hippopotamus and giraffes and elephant—" "What are you talking about?" said the elephant. "I guess you'd better go to your supper. I heard the keeper call you long ago." So Juno went to her supper very glad to find she had only dreamed her troubles, but she made up her mind that if the old hippopotamus should die, she would run away that very night. End of Juno's Wonderful Troubles by E. Mueller.
The Young King by Oscar Wilde. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young King by Oscar Wilde. Read by Alex Lau. It was the night before the day fixed for his coronation, and the young king was sitting alone in his beautiful chamber. His courtiers had all taken their leave of him, bowing their heads to the ground according to the ceremonious usage of the day, and had retired to the great hall of the palace to receive a few last lessons from the professor of etiquette, there being some of them who had still quite natural manners, which in a courtier is, I need hardly say, a very grave offence. The lad, for he was only a lad, being but 16 years of age, was not sorry at their departure, and had flung himself back with a deep sigh of relief on the soft cushions of his embroidered couch, lying there, wild-eyed and open-mouthed, like a brown woodland fawn, or some young animal of the forest newly snared by hunters. And indeed it was the hunters who had found him, coming upon him almost by chance, as bare-limbed and pipe in hand he was following the flock of the poor goat-herd who had brought him up, and whose son he had always fancied himself to be, the child of the old king's only daughter by a secret marriage with one much beneath her in station, a stranger, some said, who, by the wonderful magic of his lute-playing, had made the young princess love him, while others spoke of an artist from Rimini, to whom the princess had shown much, perhaps too much honour, and who had suddenly disappeared from the city, leaving his work in the cathedral unfinished. He had been, when but a week old, stolen away from his mother's side as she slept, and given into the charge of a common peasant and his wife, who were without children of their own, and lived in a remote part of the forest, more than a day's ride from the town. Grief or the plague, as the court physician stated, or, as some suggested, a swift Italian poison, administered in a cup of spiced wine, slew, within an hour of her wakening, the white girl who had given him birth, and as the trusty messenger, who bare the child across his saddle-bow, stooped from his weary horse and knocked at the rude door of the goat-herd's hut, the body of the princess was being lowered into an open grave that had been dug in a deserted churchyard beyond the city gates, a grave where it was said that another body was also lying, that of a young man of marvellous and foreign beauty, whose hands were tied behind him with a knotted cord, and whose breast was stabbed with many red wounds. Such, at least, was the story that men whispered to each other. Certain it was the old king, when on his death-bed, whether moved by remorse for his great sin, or merely desiring that the kingdom should not pass away from his line, had had the lad sent for, and, in the presence of the council, had acknowledged him as his heir. And it seemed that from the very first moment of his recognition he had shown signs of that strange passion for beauty that was destined to have so great an influence over his life. Those who accompanied him to the suite of rooms set apart for his service often spoke of the cry of pleasure that broke from his lips when he saw the delicate raiment and rich jewels that had been prepared for him, and of the almost fierce joy with which he flung aside his rough leathern tunic and coarse sheepskin cloak. He missed, indeed, at times the fine freedom of his forest life, and was always apt to chafe at the tedious court ceremonies that occupied so much of each day. But the wonderful palace, joyeuse as they called it, of which he now found himself lord, seemed to him to be a new world, fresh fashioned for his delight, and as soon as he could escape from the council board or audience chamber, he would run down the great staircase with its lions of gilt bronze and its steps of bright porphyry, and wander from room to room and from corridor to corridor, like one who was seeking to find in beauty an anodyne from pain, a sort of restoration from sickness. Upon these journeys of discovery, as he would call them, and indeed they were to him real voyages through a marvellous land, he would sometimes be accompanied by the slim, fair-haired court pages with their floating mantles and gay fluttering ribands. But more often he would be alone, feeling through a certain quick instinct, which was almost a divination, that the secrets of art are best learned in secret, and that beauty, like wisdom, loves the lonely worshipper. Many curious stories were related about him at this period. It was said that a stout burgomaster, who had come to deliver a florid oratorical address on behalf of the citizens of the town, had caught sight of him kneeling in real adoration before a great picture that had just been brought from Venice, and that seemed to herald the worship of some new gods. On another occasion he had been missed for several hours, and after a lengthened search had been discovered in a little chamber in one of the northern turrets of the palace, gazing, as one in a trance, at a Greek gem carved with the figure of Adonis. He had been seen, so the tale ran, pressing his warm lips to the marble brow of an antique statue that had been discovered in the bed of a river on the occasion of the building of the stone bridge, and was inscribed with the name of Bithynian, slave of Hadrian. He had passed a whole night in noting the effect of the moonlight on a silver image of Endymion. All rare and costly materials had certainly a great fascination for him, and in his eagerness to procure them he sent away many merchants, some to traffic for amber with the rough fisher-folk of the North Seas, some to Egypt to look for that curious green turquoise which is found only in the tombs of kings, and is said to possess magical properties, some to Persia for silken carpets and painted pottery, and others to India to buy gauze and stained ivory, moonstones and bracelets of jade, sandalwood and blue enamel, and shawls of fine wool. But what had occupied him most was the robe he was to wear at his coronation, the robe of tissued gold, and the ruby-studded crown, and the sceptre with its rows and rings of pearls. Indeed, it was of this that he was thinking to-night, as he lay back on his luxurious couch, watching the great pinewood log that was burning itself out on the open hearth. The designs, which were from the hands of the most famous artists of the time, had been submitted to him many months before, and he had given orders that the artificers were to toil night and day to carry them out, and that the whole world was to be searched for jewels that would be worthy of their work. He saw himself in fancy standing at the high altar of the cathedral in the fair raiment of a king, and a smile played and lingered about his boyish lips, and lit up with a bright lustre in his dark woodland eyes. After some time he rose from his seat, and leaning against the carved penthouse of the chimney, looked round at the dimly lit room. The walls were hung with rich tapestries representing the triumph of beauty. A large press, inlaid with agate and lapis lazuli, filled one corner, and facing the window stood a curiously wrought cabinet with lacquer panels of powdered and mosaiced gold, on which they were placed some delicate goblets of Venetian glass, and a cup of dark-veined onyx. Pale poppies were broidered on the silk coverlet of the bed, as though they had fallen from the tired hands of sleep, and tall reeds of fluted ivory bare up the velvet canopy, from which great tufts of ostrich plumes sprang, like white foam, to the pallid silver of the fretted ceiling. A laughing narcissus in green bronze held a polished mirror above its head. On the table stood a flat bowl of amethyst. Outside he could see the huge dome of the cathedral, looming like a bubble over the shadowy houses, and the weary sentinels pacing up and down on the misty terrace by the river. Far away in an orchard a nightingale was singing. A faint perfume of jasmine came through the open window. He brushed his brown curls back from his forehead, and taking up a lute, let his fingers stray across the chords. His heavy eyelids drooped, and a strange languor came over him. Never before had he felt so keenly, or with such exquisite joy, the magic and the mystery of beautiful things. When midnight sounded from the clock tower, he touched a bell, and his pages entered and disrobed him with much ceremony, pouring rose water over his hands and strewing flowers on his pillow. A few moments after that they had left the room. He fell asleep, and as he slept he dreamed a dream, and this was his dream. He thought that he was standing in a long, low attic, amidst the whir and clatter of many looms. The meagre daylight peered in through the grated windows, and showed him the gaunt figures of the weavers bending over their cases. Pale, sickly-looking children were crouched under huge cross-beams. As the shuttles dashed through the warp, they lifted up the heavy battens, and when the shuttles stopped, they let the battens fall and pressed the threads together. Their faces were pinched with famine, and their thin hands shook and trembled. Some haggard women were seated at a table sewing. A horrible odour filled the place. The air was foul and heavy, and the walls dripped and streamed with damp. The young king went over to one of the weavers and stood by him and watched him. And the weaver looked at him angrily and said, "Why art thou watching me? Art thou a spy set on us by his master?" "Who is thy master?" asked the young king. "Our master!" cried the weaver bitterly. "He is a man like myself. Indeed, there is but this difference between us, that he wears fine clothes, while I go in rags, and that while I am weak from hunger, he suffers not a little from overfeeding." "The land is free," said the young king, "and thou art no man's slave." "In war," answered the weaver, "the strong make slaves of the weak, and in peace the rich make slaves of the poor. We must work to live, and they give us such mean wages that we die. We toil for them all day long, and they heap up gold in their coffers, and our children fade away before their time, and the faces of those we love become hard and evil. We tread out the grapes, and another drinks the wine. We sow the corn, and our own board is empty. We have chains, though no eye beholds them, and are slaves, though men call us free." "Is it so with all?" he asked. "It is so with all," answered the weaver, "with the young as well as with the old, with the women as well as with the men, with the little children as well as with those who are stricken in years. The merchants grind us down, and we must needs do their bidding. The priest rides by and tells his beads, and no man has care of us. Through our sunless lanes creeps poverty with her hungry eyes, and sin with his sodden face follows close behind her. Misery wakes us in the morning, and shame sits with us at night. But what are these things to thee? Thou art not one of us. Thy face is too happy." And he turned away scowling, and threw the shuttle across the loom, and the young king saw that it was threaded with a thread of gold. And a great terror seized upon him, and he said to the weaver, "What robe is this that thou art weaving?" "It is the robe for the coronation of the young king," he answered. "What is that to thee?" And the young king gave a loud cry, and woke, and lo! he was in his own chamber, and through the window he saw the great honey-coloured moon hanging in the dusky air. And he fell asleep again, and dreamed, and this was his dream. He thought that he was lying on the deck of a huge galley that was being rowed by 100 slaves. On a carpet by his side the master of the galley was seated. He was black as ebony, and his turban was of crimson silk. Great earrings of silver dragged down the thick lobes of his ears, and in his hands he had a pair of ivory scales. The slaves were naked but for a ragged loincloth, and each man was chained to his neighbour. The hot sun beat brightly upon them, and the negroes ran up and down the gangway and lashed them with whips of hide. They stretched out their lean arms and pulled the heavy oars through the water. The salt spray flew from the blades. At last they reached a little bay, and began to take soundings. A light wind blew from the shore, and covered the deck and the great lateen sail with a fine red dust. 3 Arabs mounted on wild asses rode out and threw spears at them. The master of the galley took a painted bow in his hand and shot one of them in the throat. He fell heavily into the surf, and his companions galloped away. A woman wrapped in a yellow veil followed slowly on a camel, looking back now and then at the dead body. As soon as they had cast anchor and hauled down the sail, the negroes went into the hold and brought up a long rope ladder, heavily weighted with lead. The master of the galley threw it over the side, making the ends fast to 2 iron stanchions. Then the negroes seized the youngest of the slaves and knocked his gyves off, and filled his nostrils and his ears with wax, and tied a big stone round his waist. He crept wearily down the ladder and disappeared into the sea. A few bubbles rose where he sank. Some of the other slaves peered curiously over the side. At the prow of the galley sat a shark charmer, beating monotonously upon a drum. After some time the diver rose up out of the water, and clung panting to the ladder, with a pearl in his right hand. The negroes seized it from him and thrust him back. The slaves fell asleep over their oars. Again and again he came up, and each time that he did so, he brought with him a beautiful pearl. The master of the galley weighed them and put them in a little bag of green leather. The young king tried to speak, but his tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth, and his lips refused to move. The negroes chattered to each other and began to quarrel over a string of bright beads. 2 cranes flew round and round the vessel. Then the diver came up for the last time, and the pearl that he brought with him was fairer than all the pearls of Ormuz, for it was shaped like the full moon and whiter than the morning star. But his face was strangely pale, and as he fell upon the deck the blood gushed from his ears and nostrils. He quivered for a little, and then he was still. The negroes shrugged their shoulders and threw the body overboard. And the master of the galley laughed, and reaching out he took the pearl, and when he saw it he pressed it to his forehead and bowed.
"It shall be," he said, "for the sceptre of the young king."
And he made a sign to the negroes to draw up the anchor. And when the young king heard this, he gave a great cry and woke, and through the window he saw the long grey fingers of the dawn clutching at the fading stars. And he fell asleep again and dreamed, and this was his dream. He thought that he was wandering through a dim wood, hung with strange fruits and with beautiful poisonous flowers. The adders hissed at him as he went by, and the bright parrots flew screaming from branch to branch. Huge tortoises lay asleep upon the hot mud. The trees were full of apes and peacocks. On and on he went till he reached the outskirts of the wood, and there he saw an immense multitude of men toiling in the bed of a dried up river. They swarmed up the crag like ants. They dug deep pits in the ground and went down into them. Some of them cleft the rocks with great axes, others grabbed in the sand. They tore up the cactus by its roots and trampled on the scarlet blossoms. They hurried about, calling to each other, and no man was idle. From the darkness of a cavern, Death and Avarice watched them, and Death said, "I am weary. Give me a third of them and let me go." But Avarice shook her head. "They are my servants," she answered. And Death said to her, "What hast thou in thy hand?" "I have 3 grains of corn," she answered. "What is that to thee?" "Give me one of them," cried Death, "to plant in my garden. Only one of them, and I will go away." "I will not give thee anything," said Avarice, and she hid her hand in the fold of her raiment. And Death laughed, and took a cup and dipped it into a pool of water, and out of the cup rose Ague. She passed through the great multitude, and a third of them lay dead. A cold mist followed her, and the water snakes ran by her side. And when Avarice saw that a third of the multitude was dead, she beat her breast and wept. She beat her barren bosom and cried aloud. "Thou hast slain a third of my servants," she cried. "Get thee gone! There is war in the mountains of Tartary, and the kings of each side are calling to thee. The Afghans have slain the black ox, and are marching to battle. They have beaten upon their shields with their spears, and have put on their helmets of iron. What is my valley to thee, that thou shouldst tarry in it? Get thee gone, and come here no more." "Nay," answered Death, "but till thou hast given me a grain of corn, I will not go." But Avarice shut her hand and clenched her teeth. "I will not give thee anything," she muttered. And Death laughed, and took up a black stone, and threw it into the forest, and out of a thicket of wild hemlock came Fever in a robe of flame. She passed through the multitude, and touched them, and each man that she touched died. The grass withered beneath her feet as she walked. And Avarice shuddered, and put ashes on her head. "Thou art cruel," she cried, "thou art cruel. There is famine in the walled cities of India, and the cisterns of Samarcand have run dry. There is famine in the walled cities of Egypt, and the locusts have come up from the desert. The Nile has not overflowed its banks, and the priests have cursed Isis and Osiris. Get thee gone to those who need thee, and leave me my servants." "Nay," answered Death, "but till thou hast given me a grain of corn, I will not go." "I will not give thee anything," said Avarice. And Death laughed again, and he whistled through his fingers, and a woman came flying through the air. Plague was written upon her forehead, and a crowd of lean vultures wheeled round her. She covered the valley with her wings, and no man was left alive. And Avarice fled, shrieking through the forest, and Death leaped upon his red horse and galloped away, and his galloping was faster than the wind. And out of the slime at the bottom of the valley crept dragons and horrible things with scales, and the jackals came trotting along the sand, sniffing up the air with their nostrils. And the young king wept and said, "Who are these men, and for what were they seeking?" "For rubies for a king's crown," answered one who stood beside him. And the young king started, and turning round he saw a man habited as a pilgrim, and holding in his hand a mirror of silver. And he grew pale, and said, "For what king?" And the pilgrim answered, "Look in this mirror, and thou shalt see him." And he looked in the mirror, and seeing his own face, he gave a great cry and woke, and the bright sunlight was streaming into the room, and from the trees of the garden and pleasaunce the birds were singing. And the chamberlain and the high officers of state came in and made obeisance to him, and the pages brought him the robe of tissued gold, and set the crown and the sceptre before him. And the young king looked at them, and they were beautiful, more beautiful were they than aught he had ever seen. But he remembered his dreams, and he said to his lords, "Take these things away, for I will not wear them." And the courtiers were amazed, and some of them laughed, for they thought he was jesting. But he spake sternly to them again, and said, "Take these things away, and hide them from me. Though it be the day of my coronation, I will not wear them, for on the loom of sorrow, and by the white hands of pain, has this my robe been woven. There is blood in the heart of the ruby, and death in the heart of the pearl." And he told them his 3 dreams. And when the courtiers heard them, they looked at each other, and whispered, saying, "Surely he is mad, for what is a dream but a dream, and a vision but a vision? They are not real things that one should heed them. And what have we to do with the lives of those who toil for us? Shall a man not eat bread till he has seen the sower, nor drink wine till he has talked with the vine-dresser?" And the chamberlain spake to the young king, and said, "My lord, I pray thee set aside these black thoughts of thine, and put on this fair robe, and set this crown upon thy head. For how shall the people know that thou art a king, if thou hast not a king's raiment?" And the young king looked at him. "Is it so, indeed?" he questioned. "Will they not know me for a king, if I have not a king's raiment?" "They will not know thee, my lord," cried the chamberlain. "I had thought that there had been men who were kinglike," he answered, "but it may be as thou sayest. And yet I will not wear this robe, nor will I be crowned with this crown, but even as I came to the palace, so will I go forth from it." And he bade them all leave him, save one page whom he kept as his companion, a lad a year younger than himself. Him he kept for his service. And when he had bathed himself in clear water, he opened a great painted chest, and from it he took the leathern tunic and rough sheepskin cloak that he had worn when he had watched on the hillside the shaggy goats of the goatherd. These he put on, and in his hand he took his rude shepherd's staff. And the little page opened his big blue eyes in wonder, and said, smiling to him, "My lord, I see thy robe and thy sceptre, but where is thy crown?" And the young king plucked a spray of wild briar that was climbing over the balcony, and bent it, and made a circlet of it, and set it on his own head. "This shall be my crown," he answered, and thus attired he passed out of his chamber into the great hall, where the nobles were waiting for him. And the nobles made merry, and some of them cried out to him, "My lord, the people wait for their king, and thou showest them a beggar." And others were wroth, and said, "He brings shame upon our state, and is unworthy to be our master." But he answered them not a word, but passed on, and went down the bright porphyry staircase, and out through the gates of bronze, and mounted upon his horse, and rode towards the cathedral, the little page running beside him. And the people laughed, and said, "It is the king's fool who is riding by." And they mocked him. And he drew rein, and said, "Nay, but I am the king." And he told them his 3 dreams. And a man came out of the crowd, and spake bitterly to him, and said, "Sir, knowest thou not that out of luxury of the rich cometh the life of the poor? By your pomp we are nurtured, and your vices give us bread. To toil for a hard master is bitter, but to have no master to toil for is more bitter still. Thinkest thou that the ravens will feed us? And what cure hast thou for these things? Wilt thou say to the buyer, Thou shalt buy for so much, and to the seller, Thou shalt sell at this price? I trow not. Therefore go back to thy palace, and put on thy purple and fine linen. What hast thou to do with us, and what we suffer?" "Are not the rich and the poor brothers?" asked the young king. "Ay," answered the man, "and the name of the rich brother is Cain." And the young king's eyes filled with tears, and he rode on through the murmurs of the people, and the little page grew afraid and left him. And when he reached the great portal of the cathedral, the soldiers thrust their halberts out and said, "What dost thou seek here? None enters by this door but the king." And his face flushed with anger, and he said to them, "I am the king," and waved their halberts aside, and passed in. And when the old bishop saw him coming in his goatherd's dress, he rose up in wonder from his throne, and went to meet him, and said to him, "My son, is that a king's apparel? And with what crown shall I crown thee, and what sceptre shall I place in thy hand? Surely this should be to thee a day of joy, and not a day of abasement." "Shall joy wear what grief has fashioned?" said the young king, and he told them his 3 dreams. And when the bishop had heard them, he knit his brows, and said, "My son, I am an old man, and in the winter of my days, and I know that many evil things are done in the wide world. The fierce robbers come down from the mountains, and carry off the little children, and sell them to the Moors. The lions lie in wait for the caravans, and leap upon the camels. The wild boar roots up the corn in the valley, and the foxes gnaw the vines upon the hill. The pirates lay waste the sea-coast, and burn the ships of the fishermen, and take their nets from them. In the salt marshes live the lepers. They have houses of wattled reeds, and none may come nigh them. The beggars wander through the cities, and eat their food with the dogs. Canst thou make these things not to be? Wilt thou take the leper for thy bedfellow, and set the beggar at thy board? Shall the lion do thy bidding, and the wild boar obey thee? Is not he who made misery wiser than thou art? Wherefore I praise thee not for this that thou hast done, but I bid thee ride back to the palace, and make thy face glad, and put on the raiment that beseemeth a king. And with the crown of gold I will crown thee, and the sceptre of pearl will I place in thy hand. And as for thy dreams, think no more of them. The burden of this world is too great for one man to bear, and the world's sorrow too heavy for one heart to suffer. Sayest thou that in this house? Said the young king, and he strode past the bishop, and climbed up the steps of the altar, and stood before the image of Christ. He stood before the image of Christ, and on his right hand and on his left were the marvellous vessels of gold, the chalice with the yellow wine, and the vial with the holy oil. He knelt before the image of Christ, and the great candles burned brightly by the jewelled shrine, and the smoke of the incense curled in thin blue wreaths through the dome. He bowed his head in prayer, and the priests in their stiff copes crept away from the altar. And suddenly a wild tumult came from the street outside, and in entered the nobles with drawn swords and nodding plumes, and shields of polished steel. "Where is this dreamer of dreams?" they cried. "Where is this king who's apparelled like a beggar? This boy who brings shame upon our state? Surely we will slay him, for he is unworthy to rule over us." And the young king bowed his head again, and prayed, and when he had finished his prayer, he rose up, and turning round, he looked at them sadly. And lo! through the painted windows came the sunlight streaming upon him, and the sunbeams wove round him a tissued robe that was fairer than the robe that had been fashioned for his pleasure. The dead staff blossomed, and bare lilies that were whiter than pearls. The dry thorn blossomed, and bare roses that were redder than rubies. Whiter than fine pearls were the lilies, and their stems were of bright silver. Redder than male rubies were the roses, and their leaves were of beaten gold. He stood there in the raiment of a king, and the gates of the jewelled shrine flew open, and from the crystal of the many-rayed monstrance shone a marvellous and mystical light. He stood there in a king's raiment, and the glory of God filled the place, and the saints in their carven niches seemed to move. In the fair raiment of a king he stood before them, and the organ pealed out its music, and the trumpeters blew upon their trumpets, and the singing boys sang. And the people fell upon their knees in awe, and the nobles sheathed their swords and did homage, and the bishop's face grew pale, and his hands trembled. "A greater than I have crowned thee," he cried, and knelt before him. And the young king came down from the high altar, and passed home through the midst of the people. But no man dared look upon his face, for it was like the face of an angel. End of The Young King by Oscar Wilde. Reading by Alex Lau. Manchester, 2012.
The Frog Who Wished to Be as Big as the Ox by John de La Fontaine. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was a little frog, whose home was in a bog, and he worried because he wasn't big enough. He sees an ox and cries, "That's just about my size if I stretch myself." Say, sister, see me puff. So he blew, 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 saying, "Sister, will that do?" But she shook her head, and then he lost his wits. For he stretched and puffed again, till he cracked beneath the strain, and burst, and flew about in little bits. End of The Frog Who Wished as Big as the Ox, by John de La Fontaine.
The Birthday of the Infanta by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alex Lau. It was the birthday of the Infanta. She was just 12 years of age, and the sun was shining brightly in the gardens of the palace. Although she was a real princess and the Infanta of Spain, she had only one birthday every year, just like the children of quite poor people, so it was naturally a matter of great importance to the whole country that she should have a really fine day for the occasion. And a really fine day it certainly was. The tall striped tulips stood straight up upon their stalks like long rows of soldiers, and looked defiantly across the grass at the roses, and said, "We are quite as splendid as you are now." The purple butterflies fluttered about with gold dust on their wings, visiting each flower in turn. The little lizards crept out of the crevices of the wall, and lay basking in the white glare. And the pomegranates split and cracked with the heat, and showed their bleeding red hearts. Even the pale yellow lemons that hung in such profusion from the mouldering trellis and along the dim arcades seemed to have caught a richer colour from the wonderful sunlight, and the magnolia trees opened their great globe-like blossoms of folded ivory, and filled the air with a sweet heavy perfume. The little princess herself walked up and down the terrace with her companions, and played at hide-and-seek round the stone vases and the old moss-grown statues. On ordinary days she was only allowed to play with children of her own rank, so she had always to play alone, but her birthday was an exception, and the king had given orders that she was to invite any of her young friends whom she liked to come and amuse themselves with her. There was a stately grace about these slim Spanish children, as they glided about, the boys with their large plumed hats and short fluttering cloaks, the girls holding up the trains of their long brocaded gowns, and shielding the sun from their eyes with huge fans of black and silver. But the Infanta was the most graceful of all, and the most tastefully attired, after the somewhat cumbrous fashion of the day. Her robe was of grey satin, the skirt and the wide puffed sleeves heavily embroidered with silver, and a stiff corset studded with rows of fine pearls. 2 tiny slippers with big pink rosettes peeped out beneath her dress as she walked. Pink and pearl was her great gauze fan, and in her hair, which like an aureole of faded gold stood out stiffly round her pale little face, she had a beautiful white rose. From a window in the palace the sad melancholy king watched them. Behind him stood his brother Don Pedro of Aragon, whom he hated, and his confessor, the Grand Inquisitor of Granada, sat by his side. Sadder even than usual was the king, for as he looked at the Infanta, bowing with childish gravity to the assembling counters, or laughing behind her fan at the grim Duchess of Albuquerque, who always accompanied her, he thought of the young queen, her mother, who but a short time before, so it seemed to him, had come from the gay country of France, and had withered away in a sombre splendour of the Spanish court, dying just 6 months after the birth of her child. And before she had seen the almonds blossom twice in the orchard, or plucked the second year's fruit from the old gnarled fig tree that stood in the centre of the now grass-grown courtyard. So great had been his love for her that he had not suffered even the grave to hide her from him. She had been embalmed by a Moorish physician, who in return for this service had been granted his life, which for heresy and suspicion of magical practices had been already forfeited, men said, to the Holy Office, and her body was still lying on its tapestried bier in the black marble chapel of the palace, just as the monks had borne her in on that windy March day nearly 12 years before. Once every month the king, wrapped in a dark cloak and with a muffled lantern in his hand, went and knelt by her side, calling out, "Mi reina, mi reina," and sometimes breaking through the formal etiquette that in Spain governs every separate action of life, and sets limits even to the sorrows of a king. He would clutch at the pale jewelled hands in a wild agony of grief, and try to wake by his mad kisses the cold painted face. To-day he seemed to see her again, as he had seen her first at the castle of Fontainebleau, when he was but 15 years of age, and she still younger. They had been formally betrothed on that occasion by the papal nuncio, in the presence of the French king and all the court, and he had returned to the Escurial, bearing with him a little ringlet of yellow hair, and the memory of 2 childish lips bending down to kiss his hand as he stepped into his carriage. Later on had followed the marriage, hastily performed at Burgos, a small town on the frontier between the 2 countries, and the grand public entry into Madrid with the customary celebration of High Mass at the church of La Atocha, and the more than usually solemn auto da fe, in which nearly 300 heretics, amongst whom were many Englishmen, had been delivered over to the secular arm to be burned. Certainly he had loved her madly, and to the ruin, many thought, of his country, then at war with England for the possession of the empire of the New World. He had hardly ever permitted her to be out of his sight. For her he had forgotten, or seemed to have forgotten, all grave affairs of state. And with that terrible blindness, that passion which brings upon its servants, he had failed to notice that the elaborate ceremonies by which he sought to please her did but aggravate the strange malady from which she suffered. When she died he was, for a time, like one bereft of reason. Indeed, there is no doubt but that he would have formally abdicated and retired to the great Trappist monastery at Granada, of which he was already titular prior, had he not been afraid to leave the little Infanta at the mercy of his brother, whose cruelty, even in Spain, was notorious, and who was suspected by many of having caused the Queen's death by means of a pair of poisoned gloves that he had presented to her on the occasion of her visiting his castle in Aragon. Even after the expiration of the 3 years of public mourning that he had ordained throughout his whole dominions by royal edict, he would never suffer his ministers to speak about any new alliance, and when the Emperor himself sent to him and offered him the hand of the lovely Archduchess of Bohemia, his niece, in marriage, he bade the ambassadors tell their master that the King of Spain was already wedded to sorrow, and that though she was but a barren bride, he loved her better than beauty, an answer that cost his crown the rich provinces of the Netherlands, which soon after, at the Emperor's instigation, revolted against him under the leadership of some fanatics of the Reformed Church. His whole married life, with its fierce, fiery-coloured joys and the terrible agony of its sudden ending, seemed to come back to him to-day, as he watched the Infanta playing on the terrace. She had all the Queen's pretty petulance of manner, the same wilful way of tossing her head, the same proud curved beautiful mouth, the same wonderful smile. Vrai sourire de France, indeed, as she glanced up now and then at the window, or stretched out her little hand for the stately Spanish gentleman to kiss. But the shrill laughter of the children grated on his ears, and the bright pitiless sunlight mocked his sorrow, and the dull odour of strange spices, spices such as embalmers use, seemed to taint, or was it fancy, the clear morning air. He buried his face in his hands, and when the Infanta looked up again, the curtains had been drawn, and the King had retired. She made a little moue of disappointment, and shrugged her shoulders. Surely he might have stayed with her on her birthday. What did the stupid state affairs matter? Or had he gone to that gloomy chapel, where the candles were always burning, and where she was never allowed to enter? How silly of him, when the sun was shining so brightly, and everybody was so happy. Besides, he would miss the sham bullfight for which the trumpet was already sounding, to say nothing of the puppet show and the other wonderful things. Her uncle and the Grand Inquisitor were much more sensible. They had come out on the terrace and paid her nice compliments, so she tossed her pretty head, and taking Don Pedro by the hand, she walked slowly down the steps towards a long pavilion of purple silk that had been erected at the end of the garden, the other children following in strict order of precedence, those who had the longest names going first. A procession of noble boys, fantastically dressed as toreadors, came out to meet her, and the young Count of Tierra Nueva, a wonderfully handsome lad of about 14 years of age, uncovering his head with all the grace of a born hidalgo and grandee of Spain, led her solemnly into a little gilt and ivory chair that was placed on a raised dais above the arena. The children grouped themselves all round, fluttering their big fans and whispering to each other, and Don Pedro and the Grand Inquisitor stood laughing at the entrance. Even the Duchess, the Camerara Mayor as she was called, a thin, hard-featured woman with a yellow ruff, did not look quite so bad-tempered as usual, and something like a chill smile flitted across her wrinkled face, and twitched her thin, bloodless lips. It certainly was a marvellous bullfight, and much nicer, the Infanta thought, than the real bullfight that she had been brought to see at Seville, on the occasion of the visit of the Duke of Parma to her father. Some of the boys pranced about on richly caparisoned hobby horses, brandishing long javelins with gay streamers of bright ribands attached to them. Others went on foot, waving their scarlet cloaks before the bull, and vaulting lightly over the barrier when he charged them. And as for the bull himself, he was just like a live bull, though he was only made of wicker-work and stretched hide, and sometimes insisted on running round the arena on his hind legs, which no live bull ever dreams of doing. He made a splendid fight of it too, and the children got so excited that they stood up upon the benches and waved their lace handkerchiefs and cried out, "Bravo, Toro! Bravo, Toro!" just as sensibly as if they had been grown-up people. At last, however, after a prolonged combat, during which several of the hobby horses were gored through and through, and their riders dismounted, the young Count of Tierra Nueva brought the bull to his knees, and having obtained permission from the Infanta to give the coup de grace, he plunged his wooden sword into the neck of the animal with such violence that the head came right off, and disclosed the laughing face of little Monsieur de Lorraine, the son of the French ambassador at Madrid. The arena was then cleared amidst much applause, and the dead hobby horses dragged solemnly away by two Moorish pages in yellow and black liveries, and after a short interlude, during which a French posture-master performed upon the tight-rope, some Italian puppets appeared, in the semi-classical tragedy of Sophonisba, on the stage of a small theatre that had been built up for the purpose. They acted so well, and their gestures were so extremely natural, that at the close of the play the eyes of the Infanta were quite dim with tears. Indeed, some of the children really cried, and had to be comforted with sweetmeats, and the Grand Inquisitor himself was so affected that he could not help saying to Don Pedro that it seemed to him intolerable that things made simply out of wood and coloured wax, and worked mechanically by wires, should be so unhappy, and meet with such terrible misfortunes. An African juggler followed, who brought in a large flat basket covered with a red cloth, and having placed it in the centre of the arena, he took from his turban a curious reed pipe and blew through it. In a few moments the cloth began to move, and as the pipe grew shriller and shriller, two green and gold snakes put out their strange wedge-shaped heads and rose up slowly, swaying to and fro with the music as a plant sways in the water. The children, however, were rather frightened at their spotted hoods and quick darting tongues, and were much more pleased when the juggler made a tiny orange tree grow out of the sand, and bear pretty white blossoms and clusters of real fruit, and when he took the fan of the little daughter of the Marquess de las Torres, and changed it into a blue bird that flew all around the pavilion and sang, their delight and amazement knew no bounds. The solemn minuet, too, performed by the dancing boys from the church of Nuestra Senora del Pilar, was charming. The Infanta had never before seen this wonderful ceremony which takes place every year at Maytime in front of the high altar of the Virgin, and in her honour, and indeed none of the royal family of Spain had entered the great cathedral of Saragossa since a mad priest, supposed by many to have been in the pay of Elizabeth of England, had tried to administer a poisoned wafer to the Prince of the Asturias. So she had known only by hearsay of Our Lady's dance, as it was called, and it certainly was a beautiful sight. The boys wore old-fashioned court dresses of white velvet, and their curious three-cornered hats were fringed with silver and surmounted with huge plumes of ostrich feathers. The dazzling whiteness of their costumes as they moved about in the sunlight being still more accentuated by their swarthy faces and long black hair. Everybody was fascinated by the grave dignity with which they moved through the intricate figures of the dance, and by the elaborate grace of their slow gestures and stately bows. And when they had finished their performance, and doffed their great plumed hats to the Infanta, she acknowledged their reverence with much courtesy, and made a vow that she would send a large wax candle to the shrine of Our Lady of Pilar in return for the pleasure that she had given her. A troop of handsome Egyptians, as the gypsies were termed in those days, then advanced into the arena, and sitting down cross legs in a circle began to play softly upon their zithers, moving their bodies to the tune, and humming almost below their breath a low dreamy air. When they caught sight of Don Pedro they scowled at him, and some of them looked terrified, for only a few weeks before he had had two of their tribe hanged for sorcery in the market-place at Seville. But the pretty Infanta charmed them as she leaned back, peeping over her fan with her great blue eyes, and they felt sure that one as lovely as she was could never be cruel to anyone. So they played on very gently, and just touching the cords of the zithers with their long pointed nails, and their heads began to nod as though they were falling asleep. Suddenly, with a cry so shrill that all the children were startled, and Don Pedro's hand clutched at the agate pommel of his dagger, they leapt to their feet and whirled madly round the enclosure, beating their tambourines, and chanting some wild love song in their strange guttural language. Then, at another signal, they all flung themselves again to the ground, and lay there quite still, the dull strumming of the zithers being the only sound that broke the silence. After that they had done this several times, they disappeared for a moment, and came back leading a brown shaggy bear by a chain, and carrying on their shoulders some little Barbary apes. The bear stood upon his head with the utmost gravity, and the wizened apes played all kinds of amusing tricks with two gypsy boys, who seemed to be their masters, and fought with tiny swords, and fired off guns, and went through a regular soldier's drill, just like the king's own bodyguard. In fact, the gypsies were a great success. But the funniest part of the whole morning's entertainment was undoubtedly the dancing of the little dwarf. When he stumbled into the arena, waddling on his crooked legs, and wagging his huge misshapen head from side to side, the children went off into a loud shout of delight, and the Infanta herself laughed so much that the Camerara was obliged to remind her that although there were many precedents in Spain for a king's daughter weeping before her equals, there were none for a princess of the blood royal making so merry before those who were her inferiors in birth. The dwarf, however, was really quite irresistible, and even at the Spanish court, always noted for its cultivated passion for the horrible, so fantastic a little monster had never been seen. It was his first appearance too. He had been discovered only the day before, running wild through the forest by two of the nobles who happened to have been hunting in a remote part of the great cork wood that surrounded the town, and had been carried off by them to the palace as a surprise for the Infanta. His father, who was a poor charcoal burner, being but too well pleased to get rid of so ugly and useless a child. Perhaps the most amusing thing about him was his complete unconsciousness of his own grotesque appearance. Indeed, he seemed quite happy and full of the highest spirits. When the children laughed, he laughed as freely and as joyously as any of them, and at the close of each dance he made them each the funniest of bows, smiling and nodding at them, just as if he was really one of themselves, and not a little misshapen thing that nature, in some humorous mood, had fashioned for others to mock at. As for the Infanta, she absolutely fascinated him. He could not keep his eyes off her, and seemed to dance for her alone. And when, at the close of the performance, remembering how she had seen the great ladies of the court throw bouquets to Caffarelli, the famous Italian treble, whom the Pope had sent from his own chapel to Madrid that he might cure the king's melancholy by the sweetness of his voice, she took out of her hair the beautiful white rose, and partly for a jest, and partly to tease the Camerara, threw it to him across the arena with her sweetest smile. He took the whole matter quite seriously, and pressing the flower to his rough, coarse lips, he put his hand upon his heart, and sank on one knee before her, grinning from ear to ear, and with his little bright eyes sparkling with pleasure. This so upset the gravity of the Infanta that she kept on laughing long after the little dwarf had ran out of the arena, and expressed a desire to her uncle that the dance should be immediately repeated. The Camerara, however, on the plea that the sun was too hot, decided that it would be better that her Highness should return without delay to the palace, where a wonderful feast had been already prepared for her, including a real birthday cake with her own initials worked all over it in painted sugar, and a lovely silver flag waving from the top. The Infanta accordingly rose up with much dignity, and having given orders that the little dwarf was to dance again for her after the hour of siesta, and conveyed her thanks to the young Count of Tierra Nueva for his charming reception, she went back to her apartments, the children following in the same order in which they had entered. Now, when the little dwarf heard that he was to dance a second time before the Infanta, and by her own express command, he was so proud that he ran out into the garden, kissing the white rose in an absurd ecstasy of pleasure, and making the most uncouth and clumsy gestures of delight. The flowers were quite indignant at his daring to intrude into their beautiful home, and when they saw him capering up and down the walks, and waving his arms above his head in such a ridiculous manner, they could not restrain their feelings any longer.
"He is really far too ugly to be allowed to play in any place where we are," cried the tulips. "He should drink poppy juice and go to sleep for 1,000 years," said the great scarlet lilies, and they grew quite hot and angry.
"He is a perfect horror," screamed the cactus. "Why, he is twisted and stumpy, and his head is completely out of proportion with his legs. Really, he makes me feel prickly all over. If he comes near me, I will sting him with my thorns."
"And he has actually got one of my best blooms," exclaimed the white rose tree.
"I gave it to the Infanta this morning myself, as a birthday present, and he has stolen it from her."
And she called out, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" at the top of her voice. Even the red geraniums, who did not usually give themselves airs, and were known to have a great many poor relations themselves, curled up in disgust when they saw him, and when the violets meekly remarked that though he was extremely plain, still he could not help it, they retorted, with a good deal of justice, that that was his chief defect, and that there was no reason why one should admire a person because he was incurable, and, indeed, some of the violets themselves felt that the ugliness of the little dwarf was almost ostentatious, and that he would have shown much better taste if he had looked sad, or at least pensive, instead of jumping about merrily and throwing himself into such grotesque and silly attitudes. As for the old sundial, who was an extremely remarkable individual, and had once told the time of day to no less a person than the Emperor Charles V himself, He was so taken aback by the little dwarf's appearance that he almost forgot to mark 2 whole minutes with his long shadowy finger, and could not help saying to the great milk-white peacock, who was sunning herself on a balustrade, that every one knew that the children of kings were kings, and that the children of charcoal burners were charcoal burners, and that it was absurd to pretend that it wasn't so, a statement with which the peacock entirely agreed, and indeed screamed out, "Certainly, certainly," in such a loud, harsh voice that the goldfish who lived in the basin of the cool splashing fountain put their heads out of the water and asked the huge stone tritons what on earth was the matter. But somehow the birds liked him. They had seen him often in the forest, dancing about like an elf after the eddying leaves, or crouched up in the hollow of some old oak tree, sharing his nuts with the squirrels. They did not mind his being ugly a bit. Why, even the nightingale herself, who sang so sweetly in the orange groves at night that sometimes the moon leaned down to listen, was not much to look at after all, and besides he had been kind to them, and during that terribly bitter winter, when there were no berries on the trees, and the ground was as hard as iron, and the wolves had come down to the very gates of the city to look for food, he had never once forgotten them, but had always given them the crumbs out of his little hunch of black bread, and divided with them whatever poor breakfast he had. So they flew round and round him, just touching his cheek with their wings as they passed, and chatted to each other, and the little dwarf was so pleased that he could not help showing them the beautiful white rose, and telling them that the Infanta herself had given it to him because she loved him. They did not understand a single word of what he was saying, but that made no matter, for they put their heads on one side and looked wise, which is quite as good as understanding a thing, and very much easier. The lizards also took an immense fancy to him, and when he grew tired of running about and flung himself down on the grass to rest, they played and romped all over him, and tried to amuse him in the best way they could. "Every one cannot be as beautiful as a lizard," they cried. "That would be too much to expect, and though it sounds absurd to say so, he is really not so ugly after all, provided, of course, that one shuts one's eyes and does not look at him." The lizards were extremely philosophical by nature, and often sat thinking for hours and hours together when there was nothing else to do, or when the weather was too rainy for them to go out. The flowers, however, were excessively annoyed at their behaviour, and at the behaviour of the birds. "It only shows," they said, "what a vulgarising effect this incessant rushing and flying about has. Well-bred people always stay exactly in the same place, as we do. No one ever saw us hopping up and down the walks, or galloping madly through the grass after the dragon-flies. When we do one change of air, we send for the gardener, and he carries us to another bed. This is dignified, and as it should be. But birds and lizards have no sense of repose, and indeed birds have not even a permanent address. They are mere vagrants like the gypsies, and should be treated in exactly the same manner." So they put their noses in the air, and looked very haughty, and were quite delighted when after some time they saw the little dwarf scramble up from the grass and make his way across the terrace to the palace. "He should certainly be kept indoors for the rest of his natural life," they said. "Look at his hunched back and his crooked legs." And they began to titter. But the little dwarf knew nothing of all this. He liked the birds and the lizards immensely, and thought that the flowers were the most marvellous things in the whole world, except, of course, the Infanta. But then she had given him the beautiful white rose, and she loved him, and that made a great difference. How he wished that he had gone back with her. She would have put him on her right hand and smiled at him, and he would have never left her side, but would have made her his playmate and taught her all kinds of delightful tricks. For though he had never been in a palace before, he knew a great many wonderful things. He could make little cages out of rushes for the grasshoppers to sing in, and fashion the long jointed bamboo into the pipe that Pan loves to hear. He knew the cry of every bird, and could call the starlings from the tree-top, or the heron from the mere. He knew the trail of every animal, and could track the hare by its delicate footprints, and the boar by the trampled leaves. All the wild dances he knew, the mad dance in red raiment with the autumn, the light dance in blue sandals over the corn, the dance with the white snow wreaths in winter, and the blossom dance through the orchards in spring. He knew where the wood pigeons built their nests, and once when a fowler had snared the parent birds, he had brought up the young ones himself, and had built a little dovecot for them in the cleft of a pollard elm. They were quite tame, and used to feed out of his hand every morning. She would like them, and the rabbits that scurried about in the long fern, and the jays with their steely feathers and black bills, and the hedgehogs that could curl themselves up into prickly balls, and the great wise tortoises that crawled slowly about, shaking their heads and nibbling at the young leaves. Yes, she must certainly come to the forest and play with him. He would give her his own little bed, and would watch outside the window till dawn, to see that the wild-horned cattle did not harm her, nor the gaunt wolves creep too near the hut. And at dawn he would tap at the shutters and wake her, and they would go out and dance together all the day long. It was really not a bit lonely in the forest. Sometimes a bishop rode through on his white mule, reading out of a painted book. Sometimes in their green velvet caps and their jerkins of tanned deerskin the falconers passed by, with hooded hawks on their wrists. At vintage time came the grape traders, with purple hands and feet wreathed with glossy ivy, and carrying dripping skins of wine, and the charcoal burners sat round their huge braziers at night, watching the dry logs charring slowly in the fire, and roasting chestnuts in the ashes. And the robbers came out of their caves and made merry with them. Once, too, he had seen a beautiful procession winding up the long dusty road to Toledo. The monks went in front, singing sweetly, and carrying bright banners and crosses of gold, and then, in silver armour, with matchlocks and pikes, came the soldiers, and in their midst walked 3 barefooted men in strange yellow dresses, painted all over with wonderful figures, and carrying lighted candles in their hands. Certainly there was a great deal to look at in the forest, and when she was tired he would find a soft bank of moss for her, or carry her in his arms, for he was very strong, though he knew that he was not tall. He would make her a necklace of red bryony berries that would be quite as pretty as the white berries that she wore on her dress, and when she was tired of them she could throw them away, and he would find her others. He would bring her acorn cups and dew-drenched anemones, and tiny glow-worms to be stars in the pale gold of her hair. But where was she? He asked the white rose, and it made him no answer. The whole palace seemed asleep, and even where their shutters had not been closed, heavy curtains had been drawn across the windows to keep out the glare. He wandered all round, looking for some place through which he might gain an entrance, and at last he caught sight of a little private door that was lying open. He slipped through, and found himself in a splendid hall, far more splendid, he feared, than the forest. There was so much more gilding everywhere, and even the floor was made of great coloured stones, fitted together into a sort of geometrical pattern. But the little Infanta was not there, only some wonderful white statues that looked down at him from their jasper pedestals, with sad blank eyes and strangely smiling lips. At the end of the hall hung a richly embroidered curtain of black velvet, powdered with suns and stars, the king's favourite devices, and broidered on the colour he loved best. Perhaps she was hiding behind that. He would try at any rate. So he stole quietly across and drew it aside. No, there was only another room, though a prettier room, he thought, than the one he had just left. The walls were hung with a many-figured green arras of needle-wrought tapestry representing a hunt, the work of some Flemish artists who had spent more than 7 years in its composition. It had once been the chamber of Jean le Fou, as he was called, that mad king who was so enamoured of the chase that he had often tried in his delirium to mount the huge rearing horses, and to drag down the stag on which the great hounds were leaping, sounding his hunting horn, and stabbing with his dagger at the pale flying deer. It was now used as the council room, and on the centre table were lying the red portfolios of the ministers, stamped with the gold tulips of Spain, and with the arms and emblems of the House of Habsburg. The little dwarf looked in wonder all round him, and was half afraid to go on. The strange silent horsemen that galloped so swiftly through the long glades without making any noise seemed to him like those terrible phantoms of whom he had heard the charcoal burners speaking, the Comprachos, who hunt only at night, and if they meet a man, turn him into a hind and chase him. But he thought of the pretty Infanta, and took courage. He wanted to find her alone, and to tell her that he too loved her. Perhaps she was in the room beyond. He ran across the soft Moorish carpets and opened the door. No, she was not here either. The room was quite empty. It was a throne room used for the reception of foreign ambassadors, when the king, which of late had not been often, consented to give them a personal audience. The same room in which, many years before, envoys had appeared from England to make arrangements for the marriage of their queen, then one of the Catholic sovereigns of Europe, with the emperor's eldest son. The hangings were of gilt Cordovan leather, and a heavy gilt chandelier with branches for 300 wax lights hung down from the black and white ceiling. Underneath a great canopy of gold cloth, on which the lions and towers of the Castile were broidered in seed pearls, stood the throne itself, covered with a rich pall of black velvet, studded with silver tulips, and elaborately fringed with silver and pearls. On the second step of the throne was placed the kneeling stool of the Infanta, with its cushion of cloth of silver tissue, and below that again, and beyond the limit of the canopy, stood the chair for the Papal Nuncio, who alone had the right to be seated in the king's presence on the occasion of any public ceremonial, and whose cardinal's hat, with its tangled scarlet tassels, lay on a purple tabouret in front. On the wall facing the throne hung a life-sized portrait of Charles V in hunting dress, with a great mastiff by his side, and a picture of Philip II, receiving the homage of the Netherlands, occupied the centre of the other wall. Between the windows stood a black ebony cabinet inlaid with plates of ivory, on which the figures from Holbein's Dance of Death had been graved, by the hand, some said, of that famous master himself. But the little dwarf cared nothing for all this magnificence. He would not have given his rose for all the pearls on the canopy, nor one white petal of his rose for the throne itself. What he wanted was to see the Infanta before she went down to the pavilion, and to ask her to come away with him when he had finished his dance. Here in the palace the air was close and heavy, but in the forest the wind blew free, and the sunlight with wandering hands of gold moved the tremulous leaves aside. There were flowers, too, in the forest, not so splendid, perhaps, as the flowers in the garden, but more sweetly scented for all that. Hyacinths in early spring that flooded with waving purple the cool glens, and grassy knolls, yellow primroses that nestled in little clumps round the gnarled roots of the oak trees, bright celandine and blue speedwell, and irises lilac and gold. There were grey catkins on the hazels, and the foxgloves drooped with the weight of their dappled bee-haunted cells. The chestnut had its spires of white stars, and the hawthorn its pallid moons of beauty. Yes, surely she would come if he could only find her. She would come with him to the fair forest, and all day long he would dance for her delight. A smile lit up his eyes at the thought, and he passed into the next room. Of all the rooms, this was the brightest and most beautiful. The walls were covered with a pink-flowered Lucca damask, patterned with birds, and dotted with dainty blossoms of silver. The furniture was of massive silver, festooned with florid wreaths and swinging cupids. In front of the two large fireplaces stood great screens broidered with parrots and peacocks, and on the floor, which was of sea-green onyx, seemed to stretch far away into the distance. Nor was he alone. Standing under the shadow of the doorway at the extreme end of the room, he saw a little figure watching him. His heart trembled. A cry of joy broke from his lips, and he moved out into the sunlight. As he did so, the figure moved out also, and he saw it plainly. The Infanta! It was a monster, the most grotesque monster he had ever beheld, not properly shaped, as all other people were, but hunchbacked and crooked-limbed, with huge lolling head and mane of black hair. The little dwarf frowned, and the monster frowned also. He laughed, and it laughed with him, and held its hand to its sides, just as he himself was doing. He made it a mocking bow, and it returned him a low reverence. He went towards it, and it came to meet him, copying each step that he made, and stopping when he stopped himself. He shouted with amusement and ran forward, and reached out his hand, and the hand of the monster touched his, and it was as cold as ice. He grew afraid, and moved his hand across, and the monster's hand followed it quickly. He tried to press on, but something smooth and hard stopped him. The face of the monster was now close to his own, and seemed full of terror. He brushed his hair off his eyes. It imitated him. He struck at it, and it returned blow for blow. He loathed it, and it made hideous faces at him. He drew back, and it retreated. What is it? He thought for a moment, and looked round at the rest of the room. It was strange, but everything seemed to have its double in this invisible wall of clear water. Yes, picture for picture was repeated, and couch for couch. The sleeping fawn that lay in the alcove by the doorway had its twin brother that slumbered, and the silver Venus that stood in the sunlight held out her arms to a Venus as lovely as herself. Was it Echo? He had called to her once in the valley, and she had answered him word for word. Could she mock the eye as she mocked the voice? Could she make a mimic world just like the real world? Could the shadows of things have colour and life and movement? Could it be that... He started, and taking from his breast the beautiful white rose, he turned round and kissed it. The monster had a rose of its own, petal for petal, the same. It kissed it with like kisses, and pressed it to its heart with horrible gestures. When the truth dawned upon him, he gave a wild cry of despair, and fell sobbing to the ground. So it was he who was misshapen and hunchbacked, foul to look at and grotesque. He himself was the monster, and it was at him that all his children had been laughing. And the little princess who he had thought loved him, she too had been merely mocking at his ugliness and making merry over his twisted limbs. Why had they not left him in the forest, where there was no mirror to tell him how loathsome he was? Why had his father not killed him, rather than sell him to his shame? The hot tears poured down his cheeks, and he tore the white rose to pieces. The sprawling monster did the same, and scattered the faint petals in the air. It grovelled on the ground, and when he looked at it, it watched him with a face drawn with pain. He crept away, lest he should see it, and covered his eyes with his hands. He crawled like some wounded thing into the shadow, and lay there moaning. And at that moment the Infanta herself came in, with her companions through the open window, and when they saw the ugly little dwarf lying on the ground, and beating the floor with his clenched hands in the most fantastic and exaggerated manner, they went off into shouts of happy laughter, and stood all round him and watched.
"His dancing was funny," said the Infanta, "but his acting is funnier still. Indeed, he is almost as good as the puppets, only of course not quite so natural." And she fluttered her big fan and applauded. But the little dwarf never looked up, and his sobs grew fainter and fainter, and suddenly he gave a curious gasp, and clutched his side, and then he fell back again, and lay quite still. "That is capital," said the Infanta after a pause, "but now you must dance for me." "Yes," cried all the children, "you must get up and dance, for you are as clever as the Barbary apes, and much more ridiculous." But the little dwarf made no answer, and the Infanta stamped her foot, and called out to her uncle, who was walking on the terrace with the chamberlain, reading some dispatches that had just arrived from Mexico, where the Holy Office had recently been established. "My funny little dwarf is sulking," she cried. "You must wake him up and tell him to dance for me."
They smiled at each other, and sauntered in, and Don Pedro stooped down and slapped the dwarf on the cheek with his embroidered glove. "You must dance," he said. "Petit monstre, you must dance. The Infanta of Spain and the Indies wishes to be amused." But the little dwarf never moved. "A whipping master should be sent for," said Don Pedro wearily, and he went back to the terrace. But the chamberlain looked grave, and he knelt beside the little dwarf and put his hand upon his heart. And after a few moments he shrugged his shoulders and rose up, and having made a low bow to the Infanta, he said, "Mi bella princesa, your funny little dwarf will never dance again. It is a pity, for he is so ugly that he might have made the king smile." "But why will he not dance again?" asked the Infanta, laughing. "Because his heart is broken," answered the chamberlain. And the Infanta frowned, and her dainty rose-leaf lips curled in pretty disdain. "For the future, let those who come to play with me have no hearts," she cried, and she ran out into the garden. End of The Birthday of the Infanta. Read by Alex Lau.